Alright, good evening everybody, and hello Nandi24, how are you doing this evening? And that will be the last time I'll be playing the Time Tracks OST title music, for tomorrow is December, and a new festive themed intro song will be used. In the meantime, however, anything but festive, it's time to get back to the letter. And the spooky shenanigans of House Ermengarde. Before I start stream tonight, though, I'm going to give out a quick thank you to Rain Sumeo for following the channel some 6 hours ago. Much appreciated, thank you for your support. Right, so, last time in the letter, another character was killed by jumping off a building, and Ashton turned from cynical detective to fired off the case detective to I see dead people and now I believe in ghosts and weird shit is happening to me, detective. Also, we had a spooky encounter in an elevator and an office. So after surviving that, we are waking up, probably to receive the bad news of the previous character's death. Got sick yesterday, so not well. How about you? Oh no. I hope you don't have coronavirus, Nandi. I am doing okay. I am. So yeah, after sleeping in Isabella's apartment, after the spooky shenanigans, we wake up and we're stepping out to... Yeah. Well, he's going to check on his friends and other people, and he's probably going to receive some very bad news shortly. But we shall see how it goes tonight. And depending on how I feel, I might play some poker later, once again. Cold Wuxboner meets me upon stepping out the hallway. Not unusual in itself, this is what Wuxborn's weather is supposed to be. A bit cold, damp for the most part, and more often than not, terribly drab with an occasional sprinkling of rain every few hours. Also been to the gym today, so I feel healthy. The sky's still clear, but I'll give it a day or two before the weather takes a turn for the worse. I've complained about the awful rains for years, despite having lived here my entire life. I have to admit though, seeing it return to the usual feels extremely reassuring. At least something's still normal in the world, when I can no longer think the same for the situation we're in. A nightmare. It's probably all this is. Usually I'll say, I've been through worse, but that's simply another lie I've often told myself, isn't it? And I've fed myself a great deal of lies through the years, just so I won't have to think about it the next day. Maybe we won't even have this problem if I haven't been running away and ignoring things, hiding them someplace no one will see, because I've since believed doing so is a show of weakness. Zach's probably right. Perhaps I've always been afraid there's some damn truth to what Isabella's been saying, knowing I've no clue how to deal with it. And now, after it has stared me right in the face, I'm at a loss. You mean a loss? Scared shitless, in fact.
The fuck do I know about ghosts, though?
They're spooky and they can walk through walls. And they are bound to some kind of rules, usually. What is Zach? What is Rebecca? Z-Man has shown me photographs, mentioned weird things happening around him these past few days. Bottom line, he likely knows as much about this as I do. Why else would he approach me? The guy who knows stuff, according to him. In the end, all I've done is give him the brush off. Some reliable guy I am. Hell, Rebecca's probably in the same boat, grasping for anything that might provide an answer, a way out of this. What can any of us do when all of us lack any understanding of what's happening? One thing's clear about this, however, that thing is after us because of the letter. Both Rebecca and Zach have seen it too. She will go after them as well. Yet here I am, walking up Becca's door, one slow step at a time. A stalling tactic to allow myself some time to put mess in my head in a better order. Hard to phrase this when there's a 9% chance she's still pissed about a whole different matter. It's the only reason we didn't check on her last night, aside from the ungodly hours Isabella and I arrived. We're only alarmed by showing up in her home in the middle of the night, acting like babbling lunatics, and her anger can last quite a while. These days it seems the only one she can easily forgive is Isabella, but even with her, Becca's fuming still takes hours. I run my hand through my hair and straighten out my jacket before knocking. Once, twice, and 3 times just to be sure she has heard me, even if she is asleep. She's usually awake by now, though.
Hey, Becca, it's Ash. Open up. Don't tell me you're still in bed.
Seconds tick by. No answer from her, and dread has started to creep up. I've been trained to handle dire situations, but the thing has been doing that quite frequently since last night. My mind begins to anticipate the worst, and in the next minute, concern has mixed in with my thoughts, and I bang my fist on the door, louder this time. She'll definitely be livid, but I'd rather face her wrath than a dead body.
Becca, it's Ash. There's something we need to talk about right away. Open up. I know you're...
Your girlfriend left early this morning, pretty boy. So if you could do us a bloody favor and shut up, that'd be real fucking polite.
My hand pauses short of finding another heavy knock. From the other unit, Rebecca's other neighbour peeks in through his door, though I see nothing but a bundle of blankets. I'll say they need help from being devoured by their sheets, but he sounds like he's just fine. He's a huge asshole too. Course of action, so people like him won't ruin your day. Act like the nicest person on the planet. Has done me wonders when I was a rookie patrolling the streets. No need to match his temper.
Oh, did she say where she was going?
I don't know. She said something about meeting someone or something, in case Filipina girl over there asks. Well, what am I, her keeper? You know, some people want to sleep in on a bloody Sunday, so keep it down. Just looking forward to this weekend. Thanks, you damn git.
This is very British.
Well, there's no need to be an ass about it. I'll get out of your...
He slammed his door shut without warning, but not before muttering a string of very colourful words about me. Probably thinks I won't hear him inside the four walls of his apartment.
Jerk.
And at the end of it, a sigh. So Rebecca's not here. I must have missed her by an hour or so. But at least she's not alone. She should be safe. In theory. More so, if the person she's meeting with is who I am thinking. Nevertheless, I still can't help but worry. It's an easy thing, continuing down increasingly darker lines of thought. To act brashly, to find out where she is and go straight there without deliberating on my actions first. There's Zach to boot. Rebecca's not alone, but I can't say the same for the big guy. A simple phone call to both of them should do the trick. It relieves my nerves at any rate. It's better than rushing over to Zach's place or assume Rebecca's whereabouts and finding out they're not where I guessed they should be. Assuming the worst will come next, which I'd rather avoid this early. Any other reason I won't bother them, but emergency begs for urgency. This is one, right? Even if it isn't, anxiety from concern dulls judgment, something I most certainly can't afford to lose at any given time, especially right now. Any means to calm it will do wonders for the muddled mess my mind is already in. Pulling up my phone, I thumb through the screen until it ends up on a group with only Zach's, Rebecca's, and Isabella's numbers listed. I wonder who Abigail is. With a smiley face? What is that? There's like a Abigail with like a weird tongue smiley face. I don't know if you could see that too well in the stream quality. Other people will probably say I keep too few friends when they chance on this. To some extent it's true. I can easily name about 100 people I've been acquainted with through the years. Colleagues, bombmates from uni, neighbours, those sort of people. They all come and go. But these three have chosen to stay for some reason, without wanting or asking for anything. Unlike the others, none of Zach's kindness, Rebecca's patience, nor the sincerity in Isabella's eyes. One day these guys are just there, the next thing I know, being with them eases it. That heavy, sombre feeling lingering in the air when you stand alone in your apartment, or something as simple as spending your day off without anyone. I'll say it's loneliness, but this carries much more depth than that. If I can help it, I don't want to lose any of them to some stupid curse. A phone call may be the least comforting thing at the moment. Honestly, I prefer being in the same room with them right now. But I'll take what I can get. Becca first. She'll get angry at me for worrying about her. She isn't some helpless damsel in distress after all. She isn't the shy little girl I knew when we were children. We're already far from the people we were back then, but that's more than enough reason to check on her. I don't have to imagine her taking anything head on. She'll do it instead of asking for help when she needs it. I don't care if she gets mad at me, if only to know that she's fine. A ring. In the sound of the hallway, its sound alone might as well be sharp enough to pierce in my ears. Another second passes. 2, 3. But when on the ninth ring and goes straight to a voicemail, a cold feeling instantly lodges in my stomach.
Rebecca Gales here. You've reached my voicemail. Sorry if I can't get to you right now. Oh, and if this is Isabella, yes, you're free to reheat the food in my fridge. Otherwise, leave a message.
Probably just busy, that's all. But I still barely manage to keep my voice even when I speak.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
Becca will be alright, is alright. She's safe. She's with someone else. She is. You could say that again. In the event that woman shows up, she'll have someone with her. Someone should be able to ask for help. She's safe. She can handle herself. Becca might have a fiery temper, but she knows when she's faced with something she can't handle herself. Rebecca will see my missed call and she'll call me back. Though I don't express it enough, Rebecca is someone I consider important to me. She's been my friend for the longest. Anyone else would have been fed up with me and left. The girl stuck by me no matter how big of a jerk I've been. There's Zach and Isabella now too, of course. I'll always be thankful for having them around. The worst times before, however, Rebecca was there. No one believes it when I say it, but I've surely had my awful moments as a bratty kid and as a horrible teen. Issues. I've had too many of them to count and refuse to deal with for a time. At least that's what Andrew likes to tell me. I tend to think nothing of it. He has mellowed down over the years, thanks to the professor, mostly. But at times, I do wonder if it still burdens me the way it did all those years ago. After all, I was terrible, especially around the time of my parents' separation. Looking back at it now, I had no reason to direct all my frustration towards everyone else. While I wasn't the kid who lashed out at anyone, preferring to keep it to myself and turn those negative feelings into more productive things, I've grown distant from a lot of people because of it. From my old friends back in my old school and the neighbours I've hung out with before moving. A habit I've likely brought with me into adulthood. I was just so angry with everyone and everything. All I kept thinking about was myself, wondering why me? In retrospect, I was a selfish little bastard who thought the world revolved around me, that I shouldn't have been going through it. I believed my behaviour was entitled, that I had the right. Tough times, but she stuck with me. Snapped me out of my little sulk, as she often phrases it, whenever she sees the chance to bring it up. She didn't tolerate my bullshit, but she didn't leave me alone either. If anything, the whole thing made her stick around. Her concern may have grown a bit overbearing as the years went by, but she's still an old friend, nevertheless. I owe her a lot. That won't change.
Damn it. Where are you, Becca?
Another message left on her voicemail, and on my third call I hang up. For the time being, I can't do anything more than to wait for her to return my calls. Worrying aimlessly won't get me anywhere. Zach, on the other hand, that guy attracts trouble no matter how much he tries to avoid it. Doesn't help how he hasn't been too hot lately with a lot of people. His mention of plans yesterday doesn't sit too well with me either. He might be the next responsible adult after Rebecca, out of the four of us, but I've still got to check on the big guy. Make sure he's doing okay, at the very least, whatever he has planned on doing. All I'm asking is for it not to be idiotic. He's a sensible guy, I'm sure. However, desperation clings and pushes people to do things, rational or irrational, it doesn't matter. Clear thinking flies out the window the moment you're in danger, and I sincerely hope he has not found himself in a tricky situation. His phone doesn't even ring before he answers, or his voicemail at least.
Hey, it's Zach. Well, a voicemail anyway. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So, just leave a message, yeah? And no, Ash, you're not allowed to lockpick your way into my apartment again. Just do what any other decent human being does and call if I'm not around. Thanks.
Did he turn it off? Why? I don't want to assume the worst yet. Maybe he has forgotten to charge it? Can't be. The guy can be a bit of a Boy Scout, even more than I am as a cop. He's the type who has an extra battery or a power bank in his bag, if he ever needs it. And he always does. He won't say anything or brag about it, but he's got a quite roster of VIP freelance clients. He won't just leave his phone dead in case he's on the field, particularly when people will likely be looking for him. He always leaves his connection open whenever clients or his friends need him. Zach is reliable like that.
Why isn't anyone answering?
His mobile in an out-of-range area sounds more plausible, although the thought of it doesn't completely shake off the unease. Unlike Rebecca and I, he took the time to listen to what Isabella said, and even if he didn't believe it, he was definitely the first one to offer help or try to do something. If he ends up trouble doing whatever it is, so help me I'm going to... Well, I can't be rash. I'm aware of that. I've been running the same reminder in my head since last night. But if something happens, I'm certain my reaction won't be pretty. The added guilt from those times I've repeatedly dismissed him will surely haunt me.
Yo, Zach, call me back, alright? I wanted to check in and, yeah, just please call me back.
It's usually a joke between us when I say he's the Watson to my Sherlock. I don't see him as some assistant to the put aside until he's needed, like some people like to believe, though. He's not some pity friend I keep around to make myself look good.
If anything, he's the one who stayed by me out of pity.
Zach's the one who puts up with me most of the time, so even when he doesn't need to. It's not a case of a cool cop who helped out a minority. In truth, I was a hard-headed, hot-temperous, and reckless rookie, up until I met him. He wasn't anything certain, and some part of me is still that rookie, but I've grown thanks to him. He tempers that part of me. Considering how our first impressions went, I'm lucky he stuck around. Becca and I may have spent a lot of years together as children, but Zach, he's probably the closest thing I'll call to a best friend. Though it's more than that, a camaraderie no words can express. He has my back and I'll always have his. He's a brother I've never had the look of ever having, which I don't know.
And I have every reason to worry about my brother.
Becca's neighbor did say she went out to meet with someone. No specific names. If I'm wrong and she's not with Professor Quark, then maybe it's with Zach. They've never been close, but it's not the kind of awkward friendship where meeting together remains out of the question. Regardless, I continued dialing for his phone over 3 times like I'd done with Becca's. In the end, after the third attempt with no one answering, I stopped and moved to cut the call with a ragged exhale.
Waiting game it is then.
I've been trained for those. Hell, I'm used to them. Just not when it comes to people I'm close to. Much as I keep reminding myself to maintain a level head, it's a whole different matter when it's someone you know. Personal feelings will likely get involved at some point. It's starting now, actually, with the anxious strings coiling and uncoiling, causing a racket inside my stomach. And that's exactly when the fine finally connects. Before he even speaks, my question has already slipped out, including every pent-up worry and tension in my body.
Where are you?
The line's choppy, but I can still make out the words he's saying. Nothing to worry about, then. He's just some place where network coverage is shitty. Can't imagine where at this time of the morning, though. Oh, he's at the mansion, isn't he? Did he go out for a jog?
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
I meant that to sound as friendly as possible to keep things light, at least. Instead, the only frustration shows in my tone.
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Do I really need to answer that?
Why are you even...
Please don't tell me that's his plan. A morning visit to the mansion, where Luke Wright is. Of all the pig-headed things to do right now, it's the best thing he can come up with, breaking and entering. I've got plenty of reasons to rail him right now, although no matter how much I want to give him a piece of my mind, unfortunately, it's not the time.
No, wait. Just get your ass to Isabella's place, and hurry.
Ah, yeah, this is how Zach's thing ended. He was at the mansion, and then he left. He put, after receiving some call from Ash. He pauses a moment, a second of indecision while he seems to contemplate his options.
How urgent is this?
In truth, the question, the hesitance and the indecision in his voice has caught me completely off guard. Understanding dawns on me. His decision to go there isn't one born out of a stupid impulse. He must have found something. However, no matter how urgent it is, he still shouldn't have gone there. Alone at that. Despite myself, in that split second of comprehension, I allow it to show. A weakness. A simple request brewing with every unease and disquiet causing turmoil within me since last night. It bears a selfish hope, but I hope that he'll understand. Even though the unstable signal, that whatever's keeping him there, he'll be willing to set aside from now.
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
Silence shows the other end of the line again. For a long moment I assume he won't heed it and will have to drive there myself just to drag him away from whatever danger he's skirting. Thankfully, he agrees.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or 2 tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
Relief washes over me as soon as the call ends. Normally I don't let myself a moment of respite in times like this. Gotta stay alert. Rebecca's still out there, has yet to return any of my messages, but for the moment I relish in it. This is probably the first time I've permitted myself to do so since last night. Even the muscles in my shoulders have been complaining from all the tension I've taken on. It still annoys me that all I can do right now is grit my teeth and trudge back to Isabella's apartment. Useless. That's what I am in the face of this. A mad dash around Oaksbourne and Antwerp isn't going to help things. It's not like I'll simply stumble across them on the side of the road during a drive. The city's too big a place for one person to go searching for only 2 people. I'll be lucky if I even glimpse the hair of either of them. With one last hopeful glance towards the open skies, I slipped in back into Isabella's apartment and closed the door behind me. I might have already grown used to this, but the weighing will always be the hardest part, more so when it's the people you care about.
You're up early. I thought you left.
This is not the first time I've seen Isabella like this, staying casually by a kitchenette, a ladle in hand, keeping an eye on whatever's doing on the stove while humming a soft tune under her breath. 5 years ago it has become a common sight after the 3 of them, including Zach and Rebecca, find a mutual interest in cooking. After that, whenever our schedule allows it, one of them will invite everyone to dinner or lunch, instead of eating out. Rebecca prefers it that way, healthier she claims. Zach's just too happy to be able to cook for everyone. Isabella, on the other hand, as long as there's food, she's happy. Me, I've been banned for the kitchen ever since the pressure cooker incident. Easier times. Good times. Right now, however, the scheme brings an odd sense of normalcy, a strange fit with all the things going on around us. Not unwelcome, only bizarre, I suppose? Isabel doesn't follow up on her question earlier, but she does raise an eyebrow my way when I take too long to answer. For that, I only offer a casual shrug in response to a short answer.
I've checked with Zach and Rebecca. I'm just waiting to hear back from them.
I would an equip or two for her if the timing for a joke isn't off or doing so won't be inappropriate. I don't want to alarm her either. There's no reason to. Yet. Until Zach gets here or until I've received an answer from Rebecca. Whichever comes first. Nevertheless, it's clear she has plenty of questions. It's right there in the subtle crease between her eyebrows and the inquisitive gleam in her eyes. Curious as she is, though, she decides against voicing all of her questions out. Instead, she shifts her attention back to the stove and gestures vaguely with her hand in the couch's direction.
Well, if we're going to wait for them, don't stand around there. It's getting distracting.
You're just cooking. How am I distracting?
I don't know. Something might explode again, maybe. Zach's kitchen ban for you is also in effect here, you know. Now shoo, go. Stop hovering. You'll ruin the food. I'll be done here soon.
She leaves no room for argument by swatting the ladle at me, and just like that, I've been kicked out of the kitchen. Left with nothing else to do, I drift back to a tiny living space and slump down on the couch. Closing my eyes, I allow the noise from the television to guide my thoughts, the ones I've been keeping at bay, freeing them from the cage I've built around them, so I won't have to think. One by one, they trickle back into my consciousness, each more frightening and unnerving than the other. So many things going on, so many things happening. The papers we've gotten from BRC doesn't provide any comfort either. Seriously, is there even a point to those after last night? What will asking those people do? If anything, it's only proved that there might be more copies of that dumb piece of paper. We have one here, but how many exactly is there out there? More importantly, how do we get out of this stupid mess?
Ashton.
Damn it, I haven't felt this kind of born-worthy exhaustion for years.
I don't want to think what might happen next in case I miss something. Shit.
Rebecca, Zach, Isabella.
They're all depending on me, and...
Ash!
The voice snaps me out of my thoughts, abruptly wiping away everything running a racket inside my head. Suddenly, Isabella's there, crouched in front of me when I click an eye open. I didn't even notice the exact moment when I bent over and buried my head in my hands. I think it's why she's staring at me like I fainted or something. The crease on her eyebrows grows deeper at my lack of response. Although she's merely staring at me without saying a word, her expression says everything. So much for trying not to alarm her with bad news.
Sorry, I just spaced out for a moment. Don't mind me.
For a brief moment, she seems to accept that. Quietly, she shifts, stands up, and takes the empty space right beside me. All done without a single comment. The next thing I know, she's gently pushing a bowl in my hands. The scent reaches me first before I've gotten the chance to take in what she has just handed me. A faint, sweet smell of cocoa splashed from the dish. Calming, comforting. Despite the multitude of things bothering me, it certainly smells like the kind of food you'll eat on a rainy day. Though, from the get-go, it doesn't look as appetizing. What is this, even? Porridge? Why would you put chocolate in it? And milk drizzled on top? She tells me my tastes are weird, yet here she is handing me something equally as... strange. In fact, she has already started digging in hers. I'm just not sure if the taste will be equally as appealing. Baffled, I glance her way. She offers no immediate answer. She seems to continue eating as if she hadn't done so in a week, with her focus solely on the TV. She's not watching, however, just listening. As a background noise, the voice seemed too cheerful, a welcome distraction, if anything. It's only after she has finished her half of the bowl that she acknowledges the question in my eyes. With a sigh, she cradles the dish on her lap and looks down it. Briefly, her lips part, then closes. A hesitation, but I don't push her. There's a distant air on her, as if she has remembered something that warrants a poignant thought. When she speaks at last, it's in a tone too careful, like she's still weighing her words, considering the proper phrasing for it. Yet sincerity underlies each syllable once out in the open.
You should eat. Back at home, Mama would never let us leave the house if we hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Even Papa has gotten an earful when he tried. So eat. You'll need it.
She returns to her food afterwards, where I can only stare at the one she has proffered not a few minutes ago. Warm against my hands tempt me to take a bite. Not that I don't appreciate this, but what good will this do? Zach and Rebecca's both out there. Who knows when that ghost will show up again? Even in our dreams, we're not safe. But that's it, isn't it? We don't know when, and at present, we have a chance of respite. Maybe the only one we'll have. Even if it's as mundane as sharing food between us, quietly just sitting side by side like this, without exchanging any words. The intent hangs unspoken in the air, something that probably goes as far back as the second she offered food. Still, in the end, Isabella's never pushes it. Rather, she lets her own silence convey her hope. Whether I allow myself that break, she leaves it up to me.
Thank you.
I will take that offer gladly. The words roll off my tongue, awkward and unfamiliar, far removed from those jests and quips we've shared. Yet she accepts this with a smile and nothing more. Regardless of everything left unsaid, the sight of it brings comfort. More so than any generous offer of food can give. Though we both lapse into silence after, as we finish our food, there's ease in it. In the muffled sounds of Luxbond filtering into the room. in the light streaming from her windows and the faint draft occasionally drifting in, catching the loose tendrils of her hair, in the way her voice falters when she tries to form words. And despite the horror looming over us, I find myself wishing for the minutes to slow, for the seconds to last. But ultimately, she's the one who breaks it, softly, after a minute's pause, in words mumbled under her breath. Sometimes silence compels us to speak.
I've been wondering, before last night, before Mama told me the news, what if Papa passes away, despite everything? That sort of thing. I know it's not good to think about, but I also knew it was getting worse. Mama won't say anything, but I've always known that one day, he'll eventually...
She releases a sigh as her grip on the bowl she still holds tightens. There are no tears, but she might as well have them with how weak her voice falls. Are there even any left?
I don't know what I'm going to do. Before, I can easily say it's because of Papa. Now, I don't have anything.
Still got your mom.
You have that scholarship from Lux U.
Were you going through my personal papers while I was sleeping last night?
I don't really have to. You left it sitting in the open, right there on the table.
Like there's still anything to hide, she snatches it away from where I've placed it back earlier. Except there's no anger or annoyance in her face when she looks at it and rereads every line with a pensive expression. After a short while, she folds it neatly along the creases and sets it back.
I don't even know if this will work out.
Well, if it doesn't, what about that exhibit you've been planning with Zach?
Do I even have to ask where you got that?
Zach sucks at lying. You have no idea how easy he is to read. It was all in his face when I asked about it. And anyway, if that doesn't pan out too...
I trail off, hesitating, measuring the weight of my next words. Genuine as they are, a part of me believes they're a burden too heavy to impose upon her. Because no matter how much I want her to stay, we are not what ties her here. It would be selfish to ask that of her. More than anything, her family will always come first. I say it nevertheless, if only to let her know that no matter what her choice will be, there will be people here whose lives her mere presence has changed. Mine, most of all.
You have us.
The words startle her to a pause, and slowly she turns to me, her eyes wide, disbelief all over her face. But before regret forces an apology up my throat, her expression dissolves to something I can't quite place. Something distinctly softer, more tender, familiar. Almost in the same manner she glanced at me years ago, that day at the bridge. However, I don't get the chance to figure out what it all means for her. All of a sudden, a knot breaks the moment, and just as fast, both her attention shifts towards the source. Before things can get awkward fast, I stand up to open the door while muttering some flimsy excuse in the process.
I'll get that. It's probably Zach or Rebecca.
Really, I know we're in a pinch, but their timing can't get any worse. Unrelated frustrations aside, once I fling the door open, a whole chunk of the stone that has been stuck at the pit of my stomach simultaneously unseats itself. There, in the hallway, stands Zach, his hand raised for another knock. Although he's not his most presentable at the moment, ruffled and drenched with sweat as he is, relief quickly washes over him like a tide. He's still panting when he pushes me aside and heads in. The second his feet crosses the threshold, he scans the place, eyeing what little he can see of the room from the doorway. When finds none of whatever he's looking for, he turns to me with a questioning look, one that has a hint of panic in it.
You said it was urgent. Did anything happen? Is it Becca? Bella?
Everyone's fine. Well, Becca's not here. She went somewhere this morning and hasn't answered any of my calls yet. But Isabella's...
I'm here, Zach. Morning.
His weight shifts at the same time the stiff line his shoulder seizes once Isabella walks up to us and welcomes him with a smile. He relaxes then, returns her greeting in kind as soon as he has let out the breath he has been holding and the tension's finally off his body.
So, nothing's wrong? Why'd you call me here for then?
My explanation can wait. He has a lot of explaining to do. The fact that he went to Antrim alone for some godforsaken reason warrants a proper one. Ghost or not, he's already been given a warning. It frustrates me to no end this might be the plan he mentioned the last time we spoke. I get that he's worried about Hannah Wright. Somehow they've become friends, but that's not the issue here. Not when there's a murderous ghost who might go after one of us at any given time. Sure, Zach made it here in one piece. By some dumb luck he's alright, and it's taken one off the list of people I need to worry about. Frankly, as annoyed as I am, I just can't stay angry at him when I look at the situation that way. Hell, if that call didn't connect in that exact minute, there might have been a chance he won't be standing here. This is a blessing in itself. Though first things first, some things still need to be discussed. Except when I open my mouth, the only thing that spills from it is my own relief. Yeah, now's not the time for anger, I think. Despite myself, despite the rational part of my brain screaming everything wrong about Zach's neat little plan, we've had so many close calls within just a single night. Zach showing up in Isabella's doorstep, alive, whole, and unharmed. I might as well take comfort in that while I still can.
You're okay.
You did tell me not to do anything stupid.
Suddenly the whole room feels too heavy and all I'm able to do is drop down on the couch. A headache also threatens to burst in the same moment. Or perhaps this is what release from anxiety feels like? Regardless, I reach up a hand to pinch the bridge of my nose, even if it likely do nothing to alleviate the impending pain.
Christ, you were right there! We have this stupid curse thing going on, and you were right there! You just walked up inside a private property! Those people can easily sue you for breaking and entering, and that's the least of it.
I know, Ash. But I can't just leave things as they are. I've got to do something. I know you're not very fond of the Wrights, but they don't deserve it if something bad happens. Hannah most of all.
God damn it, Zach, I was worried.
Unexpectedly it laughs, not the half-hearted sort he makes when he's awkward or coming up with an excuse, a genuine one. Before my annoyance grows again and I snap at him, though, he suddenly catches me in a headlock, his arms whipping around my neck while he grinds his knuckles against my skull. Helpless, I squirm under his grip in protest, even though it's hard to do so when you're up against a 6-footer.
Zach!
Aw, he's worried. Why didn't you say so? That cool act ain't gonna fool me anymore.
Let go!
He went soon enough, though, only after he's done ample damage to my hair. In my hair. I hate it when he does that. But for a few moments there, the tense mood finally lightened up and everything felt like it used to be before this whole mess began. Makes appreciating little moments like this easier. Still.
Seriously, Zach. Why are you even there?
Told you already. I was looking for you.
Why would I even go there?
Well, you mentioned a plan with Isabella here. I assume that's where you guys went, since that's where she found the letter. Sorry. I was really at a dead end.
To watch again, it stuns me into silence to say the least. Then I remember his hesitance, the tone he has taken before agreeing to go here, and all at once my anger from what he's done wanes. Partly this is my fault for keeping things vague. I can't blame him for assuming that, when I've only left him with vague answers.
You could have called me.
I did.
I didn't receive any, and my phone was with me.
You're kidding, right? I was at it the whole night.
He was. The whole atmosphere in the room changes in 2 heartbeats. Back again to the tension-riddled one plaguing us. Zachary stares at me like I've gone overhead, then gradually he shifts his attention to Isabella. The expression in his eyes, questioning, asking for a confirmation, like my word can't be trusted, not that I'm holding it against him. I can't even believe the things coming out of my mouth these past few hours. Meanwhile, Isabella stays quiet, has been like that for quite some time. She looks like she wants to disappear right now. Guilt, frustration, anger, fear, all the flashes fleetingly across her face. I mean, all of it. Flashes fleetingly across her face before it melts away under an expression of worry.
Please tell me he's joking. You were there?
No, we really didn't get any. Everything was quiet last night. But Zach, at BRC, Ashton and I saw...
She never gets to finish that. Abruptly, my phone rings again, blowing its badly sang ringtone throughout the whole room.
Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy. Soft bomb Ash from Deluxe City.
Both of them pauses waiting when I pulled up to check the caller ID.
Better not lie. I'm a cool dude.
Oh no, here comes the sadness.
I'll tell her to get here as soon as she can. Excuse me.
Without another word, I slip out of the room and answer the call. However, the tone she assumes isn't what I'm hoping to hear.
Becca?
Hey, did I wake you up?
Ragged, a bit out of breath. There's a tinge of urgency in it. Listening to her from my side of the line makes it seem like she has just run a marathon prior to this call. Yep, that is some ringtone, alright, Robot Powers. How you doing tonight? We've just managed to, we're still at Isabella's place. Zach has returned to us, and we're about to receive the other end of the call from Rebecca's impending death.
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought, where are you?
Ash, do you remember that one time?
The question catches me off, to say the least. Where is she going with this?
The what?
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we? We had to dress you up as a girl and...
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere?
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised.
It did happen. None of them I'm very fond of, to be honest. Still, our laughter escapes me, no matter how embarrassing it is. That moment is one of the few I can remember clearly in my head. I never did find where she kept those photographs.
Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
Thanks, Ash.
What? Suddenly her voice hitches, almost as if she's in tears, and it sends every alarm bell ringing in my head. For better or for worse, something more than wrong is happening on her end of the line. Regardless, I give her the focus she asks of me. I don't want to think that she is nearly pleading for me to listen. I'd like to imagine that it isn't horror and a deep underlying resignation that I hear in her voice. I'm transfixed.
Hold on, did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you...
Oh, he's sweating. Whatever her words mean or feelings they carry ceases to matter in this instant. They're all inconsequential when someone, Rebecca's life, might be in danger. This whole thing isn't just wrong. Wherever she is, something fucks up is going on. I'm here listening to it right now.
God
Helpless.
damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
I laughed and then the line drops dead.
Becca! Rebecca!
The dread turns into terror and a sudden commotion from Isabella's room comes rushing in all at once. Zach's worried whispers, Isabella's anxious pleas, and the television broadcasting some news about a jumper all over the city. There's a split second where I'm torn between trying to figure out what Becca is and finding out what happened to inspire such chaos all of a sudden. Then Isabella's horrified scream turns above everything and nothing else matters. I wonder if even humming Metallica would get me a DMCA. Spurred on by a cold gut feeling, I rush back inside, only to bump into Isabella. The impact causes her to stumble back. It takes a whole 2 breaths for her to steady herself. Shaking, she braces both her hands against my arms, gripping my jacket tightly as if it's the only thing keeping her from breaking. Though even then, there's weakness to her movements, her breathing labored. Any minute, it seems like her knees will suddenly buckle if I don't keep a firm hand on her shoulders. Yet it all shatters when she glances up at me. Tears stream down her cheeks, panicked, desperate. Her voice burning with anguish when she speaks.
Ash, we need to get out of here. We can still save her.
I don't think you can save someone who just jumped off a multi-storied building somehow.
Save who?
Despite the question, a cold and cruel voice whispers in my head. You're too late. I want to believe it isn't. I hope and I wish it isn't who I think it is. Because I don't want to be someone who has been so useless in that exact moment, paralyzed by dread when I heard her speak. I knew something was off. God damn it, I don't want to think it might have been her final words I'm listening to. But the horrifying possibility that what I dread is real drowns out everything else, especially with the next words that tumbles out of Isabella's lips.
Ash! Rebecca's! We have to help her! We can't just let her die like that!
Without warning, her knees buckle. Stunned, I've got no choice but to go with her. She slumps weakly on the floor, her facing into my shoulder as furious tears flow from her eyes. At the sound of her sobs alone, everything around us fades. Every sound, every movement becomes nothing but noise. Even Zach's somber expression doesn't completely register until I glance up at him with a heap of questions in my eyes.
Zach, what does she...
He merely looks away, not to avoid my gaze but to lean towards the television still blasting the same news from earlier. A live broadcast. The second my eyes find on the screen, understanding dawns on me. I'm useless. Becca. Woman jumps to her death from Muxbone's public library rooftop. I recognize her anywhere. I can make her out even from the way the stationer's word out her image on the TV. And for once, that isn't a welcome fact. Too clear, too vivid. The fact she has pink hair might have also been a bit distinctive. Her broken body lies on the sidewalk in just one big bloody mess. Her hair fans out and stands out in stark contrast to the pavement, slick with blood and redder than it's ever been. The right side of her head is caved in from the impact and her right arm is twisted and mangled. And there are the words again around her. Help me, just like the letter.
Medical personnel are on their way. Officers have resumed securing the immediate area for investigation and cleanup.
Gone.
Others have been dispatched for crowd control.
She's gone. Crowd control? Okay. And I wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. Even now, I can't do anything other than stare at the tragedy playing out in front of us and hold on to Isabella like a lifeline as she does with me. can't even bring myself to move, because no matter what I say or what I do right now, empty words won't bring back the friend we all lost. Numb is an understatement. No, I feel dead inside. We all do. In the end, I can only scream. Wow. Rip. And that's what happened. Oh, he's gonna call. Death notification is a task I avoid like a plague. Although I've known Rebecca since childhood, there are plenty of reasons why I shouldn't be the one breaking the bad news to her parents. 1. Protocol states you're always supposed to do this in person. 2. Protocol also states you're supposed to do this with a partner. And 3. I've never been good with words. But here I am, unceremoniously thrusted into the task all because there's no other one. As expected, everything goes as well as my blunt mouth can take. Mrs. Gale's relentless sobs echo wildly through the receiver when I finish informing them, while all I can say before ending the call was an empty...
I'm really sorry, Mrs. Gales.
Before ending the call with a quick and heading back inside Isabella's apartment. Her mum's voice still ringing in my ears even as I leave it all in the hallway behind me. Here, though, Isabella's cries have already faded into soft whimpers, and sometime while talking to Rebecca's family, she has fallen asleep. Now she lies still, curled up under a blanket. In a nearby couch, Zach sits silently and simply gives an acknowledging nod when I pass by. Wordlessly, I take the empty space on the bench of the bed. Despite how peaceful this all seems, the gravity of that news has hit all of us hard. It's in the dense air now lingering in the room. It's in Zach's shoulders while he tries to make himself look small against the couch. Most of all, it's in the furrow between Isabella's brows. Gently, I reach out to smooth it out. She's actually nothing but a sigh before turning on her back and banging herself further under the sheets. At the same time, Zach also shifts. He leans forward, hands clasped tightly in front of him as a pensive expression comes over his eyes. A long minute passes while he sits like this before he speaks and glances up at me.
Were you able to tell her family?
Yeah. It was bad. She was their only child, and...
I'm sorry, Ash.
Don't. You did what you could.
I was the stubborn one. I was the one who didn't listen. She kept telling me. If only I'd listened to you. If only I listened to Isabella. She'd probably still be...
alive. Becca's the last person I need to account for, damn it. Zach's here, Isabella's here. Where did it go wrong with
What
her?
do we do now, Ash?
Unable to offer an answer, I avert my gaze. How many more close calls do we have to go through? How many deaths do we have to witness? How long can we keep this up? We're bound to break at one point. No human being with a sane mind can last like this, losing people important to them, one by one, right in front of them. It's a miracle Isabella hasn't cracked yet. She, out of all of us, carries a much deeper attachment with the people she loves no matter how little time she spent with them. After all, she was the one who found that letter. I've expected her to have caved in by now, yet her voice, surprisingly calm and composed in the face of this, is what suddenly cuts through the thick air.
We can't let that woman, that thing, take more people from us. I'm not going to lose both of you to her.
Her bed creaks, dips when she pushes herself off it and takes the empty seat next to Zach. Quietly, she begins gathering every paper from BRC and starts laying them out on the table. Once done, she glances briefly at both of us, a sharp, determined one, and gets straight down to business without another pause. With what happened, we have no choice but to follow her lead. Although there's some tense fumbling for words at first, the whole conversation gains steam once we found last night that BRC has been put on the table. All at once, everything we've brushed off, carelessly ignored, and rudely dismissed have been weighed out for close scrutiny. Zach's encounter with a woman in his dreams, Rebecca closed us with death every time she appears. The dread, the fear, the terror she brings out even the bravest of us. Everything. Because no matter how bleak this all seems, there must still be a way out of this. There has to be, what it be damned. Or at least that's what Isabella and I would like to believe. And then it gets to night. Then even as the cold morning light shifts to the warm hues of late afternoon and eventually night, none of this still makes a fucking damn sense. Darkness has fallen, but we're still nowhere near figuring things out. If anything, we're more at a loss than we've ever been before we even started this. The next thing I know, frustration rears its ugly head and the sheets of paper I've been holding smacks the table harder than I intended. The sound of it echoes loudly in the small room and everyone simply falls silent. Along with it was Louisa's another long-held breath. Perhaps the 100th since this morning.
We aren't getting anywhere at this rate.
Don't just drop it. There must be something in this we aren't seeing yet. Ash, please. Rebecca wouldn't want us to give up on this.
It's an odd thing to hear from her. The very words I've been telling myself every single time I find myself facing a dead end. We can use a little of the optimism right now, I guess. Isabel's right on the other point as well. Rebecca would definitely give me an earful if she was still here. She had a knack for being brutally honest with her opinions. We had often clashed at times, yet I still respected her for it. Her opinion was as valuable as every other person that went into my life. I can't lose another person like that.
I know, but what are we supposed to be looking at here in the first place?
Well, we already looked through those files. You're the one that picked it out last night, right?
All of them? I'm pretty sure every person we've checked in there isn't necessarily involved. One client possibly died of old age. Remember, you found that dumb paper.
Not so dumb if it can kill all of us.
Not a good time for a joke, Z-Man.
Sorry.
Anyway, like I said, you discovered that paper right before the open house. No one else was allowed inside during that time. It's too broad of a scope if we include every single person. In fact, the only notable ones are C and Jean-Marie.
But if we're going to include them in the count, shouldn't there have been more than enough people to end this fucking curse already? How does this thing even work?
Yeah, okay. They went in and out of this place. But no, you still don't get it. What I'm trying to say about those clients is...
Shouldn't we look into the mansion too? That's where the letter came from. That's where she came from. Maybe it's just as the professor says.
He did tell me there might be more to this than what I might be thinking.
But how's the mansion equates into all of this? How's the letter Isabella found does? Will bringing the letter back there fix everything? If I am going to go by what Andrew told Zach, the connection between the letter and the mansion's curse may run deeper than what we've initially thought. That stupid paper might be at the heart of this for some reason, and we won't be able to figure this out without looking into the other. Fuck. How do I? The mansion's a private property now, I can't just waltz in there. I'd rather die before I even think of begging Wright to let me in and investigate the place. One thing's very clear after these last 2 days, however. We're not safe anywhere, and I have to act fast if I want to keep my friends alive. We can't keep running away. Sooner or later she'll get us like she did with Rebecca. Before that happens, I have to put an end to this. Sighing, I stand up and stretch out the kinks in my back after several hours of sitting. We've been at this for too long. A break is needed. Time to let everything to sink in. Or else we'll all burn out. We've had several fucking spelling and absences in this script tonight so far. I know I will, and it's another thing I cannot let happen when they're all canning me like this. I bleed unspoken and it's in their eyes as they look up to me waiting.
We've been at this since morning. We should take a break for a few...
The rest of it never makes it out of my mouth as something heavy and grating sounds from the far end of the room. A harsh booming noise rending through the eardrums of everyone in the room. All at once, the two of them are on their feet while I quickly palm for my gun on the table. However, before I can pull it up and remove the safety, the whole racket stops. Stillness descends in the room, and amidst the sudden hush, the three of us exchange anxious glances. So much for a break.
I don't like the sound of that. At all.
Gather everything.
No questions asked, they waste no time getting to work, piling up the documents we've been reading through. Even Isabel's unusually sound as she gathers everything in her arms. Her own movements sharp and precise, a deep furrow in her brow. There's fear, but something hardened and urgent overshadows it. But the moment doesn't last. Before we can even finish, another noise ups the tension already gripping the place. Suddenly, the lights go out and the wardrobe at the end of the room rattles, as if something inside begs for freedom. Cautiously, eyes glued to it, I take a step forward and release the lock from my gun. I'm no trigger-happy person. I'm not even sure if this will work on a ghost. But right now, its smooth surface against my palm, the trigger on my finger, provides the closest thing I have to relief as I approach the closet.
Ashton, what are you doing?
I don't think that's a good idea. We should just...
Worried as they both are, they immediately stop at the slight raise of my hand. But the edge is there while they all huddle in the space between the door and the room. In case this goes south, whatever I find inside, they have enough time and space to run from their position. In 2 deep breaths, I've crossed the room and stood in front of the closet. Oh god, now walking outside the closet. Whatever's inside has yet to stop crashing. Instead, it has now moved to banging at the door, louder and louder along our alley. Another shallow breath. I glance at my companions. I nod. Something creaks. Then, in the next moment, I'm grasping at the handles and swinging the doors wide open to reveal... Alright, jump scare time. Oh my god! Queen Cloves! The horror! Nothing. Right away I part the clothes hanging on it and still none. No ghost. Not yet. No woman. Not a single trace of whatever, who's ever inside. Confused, I glance back towards Zack and Isabella, only to see them mirroring the same expression on my face. The noise has finally stopped, but I'm quite sure it isn't my imagination. Or maybe it is and I'm just too strung up, but my head's now making things up. Whatever the case is, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. This only confirms we aren't safe anywhere. Without bothering to close it, I move back, ready to leave. Adrenaline now coursing through every vein in my body. In the next second, I'm barking orders, and...
We should go. You two, we need to... Ah!
I'm sent sprawling on my back as something cold catches my ankle and yanks. The resulting fall knocks the wind out of me. Pain racks my whole spine and back of my head as it collides against the floor, with force enough to dislodge my own brain from my skull. A moment lasts before stars fade from my vision, and then I sense it. Cold tendrils twisting around my ankles, the smell of vile rot assaulting my nose. Nauseating, sickening, a foul smell draining every feeling in my body. The moment her horrid laughter, still as unpleasant and vicious as the last time I've heard it, reaches my ears, my eyes snap open. Perhaps it's just inexperience, or maybe my mind still attempts to comprehend this. Regardless, the minute my eyes went on her, the whole of my body freezes, the gun in my hand turns useless as my grip on it slackens. It's in the manner her gaze bores on me, I'll say. A look of utter hatred and malice. I've seen it loads of times. From suspects, mostly murderers, who never regret their actions despite being caught. This is the face of someone you can no longer reason with. And I know, the moment she laughs again and starts dragging me towards her, it's already going to be the...
Ashton! Snap out of it!
No, I can't die here. Not yet. The haze phase in my mind and instinct kicks in there and then, as I kick her in the face.
Everyone out! Get out! Get out of here!
With one powerful tug, I yank my foot out of her grip and tumble back to my feet, ignoring the piercing wail she fills the room with. Within the span of a second, I'm gunning for the door, grabbing the wrist of the first person my hand can reach and reading the two of them out. Into the hallway. Down the flight of steps. Right inside my car. I waste no time pulling on the gas pedal the second the last person closes the door behind them, and in a short while, I'm dragging us out of Salem Well. I don't even entertain the thought of winding down just yet, even as the last of the woman's painful cries fade into the night. Wow. She tried to plant ambushes over the bed. Oh, how pleasant. Man, we get no break from this ghost. Wow. We've actually got nothing from the 31st. It's Halloween! Our first journal entry for Halloween Day itself. The dreary downpour starts off the Monday. Although it doesn't last for more than an hour, the dark clouds lift just after the sun peaks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usually cheery vibe. Mornings like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Like that one time I was dispatched to a scene where a guy gouged his whole eyebrow out and almost ate it. I was a few chews away from swallowing it, in fact. Lost my dinner that day.
Fun times.
Of course, I doubt anything can top getting cursed by a damn chain letter, of all things. This is the sort of stupid thing people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. A ghost chasing after you just puts the icing on that cake. So far, all we've done is run, snoop about, read stuff, and run again. It frustrates me to no end how we're still no closer to an answer. Even my car reflects the state my mind is in. 4 copies of documents were to every available surface, scattered all over the place, spilling from the passenger side and into the back seat, making an entire mess of what little space there is. Not that I'm any better. My last shower was 24 hours ago. I haven't slept at all, and my last meal was that chocolate porridge thing Isabella offered. But where I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. If Becca were here, she'd give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better, saying that I'm killing myself on the job. I can already hear Isabella complaining how dark the bags under my eyes are getting, and about how I reek, and how I need to shower pronto.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. With that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins and my desperation to survive. In fact, I can still sense the ghost of her touch from last night. Her bony digits wound tightly around my ankle, and that horrid smile she has on her as she pulls me closer. The memory's enough to send a shiver up my spine and make me antsy. Perhaps the only thing comforting about this is the sight of my gun nearby. From my dashboard, sunlight glints off Ophelia's surface. Wasn't that the name? Oh no, that was Ebony and Ivory. I was just thinking of the fucking guns that Dante used in Devil May Cry 1, but they weren't called Ophelia. Ophelia. No! Show yourself! Show yourself! Normally I keep it hidden in a compartment. Luxborn police regulations only allow authorized people to carry firearms, and even those are limited. I do have that authorization, but I never really saw the need for its use when the standard issue tasers are more than good enough to incapacitate anyone. If not, I can always throw them on the back. Those should the lessons Dad forced me to get as a kid as it uses too. On a ghost though, all reveals will probably yield the same result. They're all useless. Might as well use a stick. However, it's the feeling of ease I'm after, or of little of it I can gather from it. The awareness that I, at least, have something to protect myself with in case things go wrong. That I can still protect the people who are still depending on me despite the missteps I've taken. It doesn't take the edge off, though, the feeling that your whole body has been strained far beyond its capacity. Frankly, I'm already running out of steam. The only thing pushing me right now is knowing someone's still depending on me. A stretch is still in order, though. I've been sitting here since last night. Soon I step out from my car, closing it behind me with a thud as I take in my surroundings. The rain did wonders. The morning air feels crisper and cooler than it ever has been in days. But once the weather seems to be taking a turn for the normal. Luxborn normal. In the distance beyond the building's winding horizon, dark clouds are
Storm might
blowing
be due
in.
this evening, give or take.
A shame for the people looking forward to Halloween tonight. I'm just not sure whether this is something I can look forward to as well. Still, I bask in the change it brings. Inhale, exhale, breathing in, taking in the peace as if it'll be my last. But as with all the good things, the quiet shortly comes to an end. Not necessarily a bad end. The chatter reaches my ears first, halting my movements. We've had so many story updates in this last few minutes. This must be a critical point where a lot of plot junctures merge or something. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find them, Zack and Isabella, just as they've entered the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salemwell, they've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will still be safe. Normally, we'd all be adverse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. It's not like any of us have gone an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance one of us did, it lasted only but a second, or it's a fitful one. But looking at them right now, from afar, it's easy to mistake them for just friends on a day out. Isabella's gesturing wildly with her arms as she talks, something funny or amusing probably, but it's soon followed by Zack's booming laughter. The voices filled the atmosphere with light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening mood. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life-or-death situation the way they're acting now. Easy to forget we've lost someone. If anything, it's only their appearance that betrays that mask. Slightly dishevelled, bags under their eyes, an exhausted curve in their shoulders, and dragging footsteps. But the closer they get, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. Zack tosses an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it. Isabella hands me the other bag she's holding, before seeing herself on the edge of the fountain. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Energy sheen! Because licensed drinks would be bad. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the soy-looking vegetables seem appetizing. Despite myself, without even checking exactly what this is, hunger swiftly takes over every rational thought. I dig in without waiting for them to start. Both of them appear to be of the same mind too. Soon enough, they also start with theirs. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we all are, food is something we can't forgo. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we are to survive this, we're going to have to take care of ourselves first. I know that's what Rebecca would do. In a matter of minutes, we're done and dumping the empty cons on a nearby waste bin. Along with it is the shift in the mood. Back to Dismal. Back to the problem at hand. The comfortable atmosphere from minutes ago was nice while it lasted, admitting we have missed these kinds of moments between us. We never had the chance, always busy on some project or work. The things we've taken for granted, now we're realizing how valuable they are. With one of us gone, the world has an awful sense of humour. While the one we've just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there's a way. But now, we have to focus back on the present. This. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these up, but necessary.
What now? Where do we go from here?
You go to the mansion, and you find the attic, and it turns out that she's some old girl who wants help. It's not a question directed at anyone in particular, but they all look to me as if my face has the answers. There's a weird noise there. But they all look to me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so back when I was at the top of my game and I was still sure of everything. Now it's just uncertainty sowing whatever decision I come up with. At some point, Water simply stopped working here and we started grasping at straws. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. A not so pleasant kind of fire.
I think it's clear. We can't just stay here.
But we can't just keep running like this either, Zach. Sooner or later, she'll...
We don't really have a choice, Bella. We can't even go back to our own homes. No matter where we go or hide, she's gonna get us.
You're giving up again.
I ain't! I'm just being realistic. Nowhere's safe. Even if dying's the last thing I want to do right now, I can tell there is no way that woman's...
This is just like your movie all over again.
This and that are two different things, Bella. And you know what? Right now, I'd rather see my movie flop twice over than go through this.
Just because this whole thing doesn't look good, doesn't mean there isn't a way out. Zach, I know Rebecca wouldn't...
Rebecca's gone, Bella. And if what happened last night didn't tell you how bad...
I know that! You don't have to keep reminding me. Do you really think I don't blame myself for everything?
Nobody's telling you to think that way!
No, but you might as well just say it. Even if no one else does. I know everyone thinks this is...
All right, that's enough! Both of you, stop this!
They both fall to silence at my words and an awkward, stifling mood descends between the three of us. I do not mean to shout, to snap at them, to add to that kindling. Not in a moment when any time, anywhere she might get to one of us. We're all in the same boat, yet here we are playing the blame game. Little by little we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide each of us so she can pick us off one by one right after? Who knows? Anything's possible now if her kind can exist. With the fire burning between us rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid. Deathly afraid that the possibility might come sooner than I can figure all this out. Fuck, I still can't think straight. I can't even believe the next words coming out of my own mouth. But out of everyone, I have to be the one saying these to them. This is more their forte than mine. Keeping the peace, persuading everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables have been turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
If we all want to get out of this mess in one piece, we're gonna have to cool our heads first.
To throw my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. If the door slams with more force than needed, I like to blame on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure who I am angry at. The ghost, at them, or maybe myself for being this useless? Because despite none of them saying it, I know, goddammit, they're still counting on me. In spite of my failures or every harsh word I've uttered or outbill who I could be as a friend, it's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one they follow me and get in the car. It's in concerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence, a heavy gait, their unwavering trust. Yet it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even though through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. In this city of 68,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. Though in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Thinking with an exhausted brain is almost as good as running around in circles. We might as well just throw ourselves at that ghost and be done with this. The local Irish pub may not be the best place to hang around when one hasn't slept a wink or you're stressed. More often than not, it's loud. Sometimes the music played by drunkards grates the ears and the whole place smells like piss on a bad day. All in all, it's the very definition of the last place I'll hang around after a wakeful night. It's safe. Or as safe as it can be with G's security watching the place, makes it easy to find help in case you find yourself in a tight spot. The place being owned by a person I've implicitly placed my trust on provides some semblance of comfort too. Gregor, bartender G, or just G to his regular patrons, might be rough around the edges. Sometimes a bit too good for a man serving drinks behind the counter, but he belongs to the good folk of this city. If there's anyone in this place I can rely on to look after people important to me, it's probably him. He means well. Surprisingly, despite his silly demeanour, cares to some extent for people he likely only sees once or twice a week or on a bad day. Not the best job in the world in my opinion, but that's exactly it, isn't it? In wine, there is truth. Alcohol, in this case. The reasons the tongue forces one to let his or her guard down. Whatever inhibitions anyone has, they all fly straight out the window after a few glasses. There's many of them observant, too. Always has one or two things to say about someone or something. Most of the time it's me. Ignited ass. But God knows how many times I've asked for his help when I'm met with a dead end in a case or I'm in trouble. This time's no different. The last time we were in this bar, we were playing as Mary Ann and she was getting pissed. And talking to us. As expected, the moment we show up, he's kind enough to offer us a room at the back of his shop. A single look at my face, I don't even need to say anything, and the next thing you know, he's ringing us in. No questions asked. Maybe it's also for this reason why I find myself drifting towards the station hours later, after having gotten that much needed shut-eye. Nearly washed drinking glasses and tumblers line the counter's surface when I enter the room. Behind the bar, G's busy wiping each of them clean, while practically prepping it tonight's use. Briefly, he glances up at me. Once I claim one of the empty stools and grab a rocks glass between closest to my elbow. Turning it absent-mindedly in my palm just to keep my hands occupied, but my brain's busy still trying to make sense of everything. Even at a dead hour with only a few patrons milling about, this place still smells strongly of liquor. Honestly, I've never gotten fond of it. Regardless of how many times I've made a trip or sat here on the same spot, just talking with the old man. I've never been fond of drinking in the first place. Yet oddly, it's the nasty odour of a brewery that helps clear the mind this time, along with the lack of the establishment's usual hubbub and the occasional clinking of glasses. Even more bizarre is that through my lack of words, Jesus didn't say anything. Although it's clear from the way his mouth is curled up in a tight fan that he has questions, a bucket load of it, he wisely keeps it shut. Instead, he simply focuses back on his work. Rinse, wipe, stash away, repeat. Going through the motions with such familiarity, it's almost a trance. Watching his precise movements quietly like this, with these thoughts swimming inside my head, it's easy to lose track of everything around me. One solid lead on this. One possible way to sort this out. But will it work? Especially if my assumption's correct and that's the reason Zach was there yesterday morning was because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to visit the place that morning. What if the couple was born victim to the curse too? It doesn't fall outside the realm of possibility. I've been so biased and even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have sent the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's right with the moment when Cooper saw it. If the logic holds, I need to hurry right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it should be there. It should be there when all this fucking mess started. There's not only my life on the line here, there are others. What happened to us I won't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them, or how complicated all this is suddenly become. The letter, the woman, the mansion, and now there are the voices wasting lemon inside it. Did I say lemon? I meant venom. Inside every crevice in my head, murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
It's because you didn't listen.
It's all your fault. Why won't you believe me?
A reminder of what I failed to do and who I failed. At some point, we all begin to blur together, crying and coiling, every horrid image and memory of her seeking the forefront of my mind. No matter how much I refuse to remember the fear I felt then, to push it as far back as I can, the visions come to me like a deluge. And before I know it, before I can drown, another voice pulls me out of it.
You doing good there, boy?
His hand is on my shoulders, gripping it tightly and giving me a light shake. There's a relief in his face when I finally look up at him, although his frown appears more distinct than the concern in his eyes. It's deeper now, marked with worry and agitation. He does let go when I offer him a small nod, but the furrow between his eyebrows never leaves his face. He always has a knack for reading people after all, even someone who can be as closed off or distant like me. In all the time I spend in the force, there's only one other person who's as keen as this old guy, the Chief. Funny, and weird to some degree. Didn't the Chief want all your papers on the desk by Monday morning, by the way? I pointed out to him so many times before how much they look alike, only for the observation to be brushed off with a vehement tone. I've never brought it up again after the third time out of respect for the guy. Whatever it is, it's clear that it's something he doesn't want to talk about. Why push, right? However, during times like this, it's impossible for the thought not to come up, even as the glare down pat. Under his wordless scrutiny, I feel like a damn rookie again.
You're looking a bit green. Sure you got plenty of rest back there? You were only out for an hour or two. Wouldn't hurt to try and get some sleep. I'll keep an eye out.
No need. Don't worry about me. I won't be able to get some sleep anyway.
Not with her face as still a clear picture in my head, no.
Dad, I heard that from you before. Not buying it. What's the story this time? This as bad as that case with the guy who ate his own eyeball?
I wish it were. Jesus, stop reminding me. I hated that case. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you get a kick out of telling people about it.
It's useful, you know, for blokes who don't know their limits. Sends them right out the door after I start with a description. Or was it the part when the poor schmuck gouged his eyes out? Nasty, awful, icky stuff, and it gets the job done. Like I said, useful. Don't even need to call security these days if I want to kick someone out.
The fact that he has the same voice actor as the chief doesn't help either.
Anyway, pretty sure that pales in comparison to whatever this is now. I haven't seen you this stressed out since they closed that case. The one from 10 years ago with your professor friend.
Abigail and her team weren't able to solve that one, G. No one has been able to. It just went cold.
Same difference. But what do I know, eh? I just serve drinks, listen to people's problems and their whining, then make sure they get home safe afterwards. Thing is, I'm also not blind, kiddo. And you can bet your ass I can tell when a person's about to fall apart.
What? Is this some form of therapy from you? Are you going to offer me free drinks now?
Really, I could use some right now, something to numb the senses. But when has that helped anyone?
In your dreams, kid. Last time someone gave you the hard stuff, your photographer friend had to haul you out of this place almost half naked.
Hey, I can handle my liquor when I put my mind to it.
Not from what I've seen, nope. Besides, you usually avoid drinking. Either way, it's out of the equation. And when booze no longer counts, we just talk. So, talk. It's not like anyone within earshot will care. That chap over there only wants his cricket matches.
Cricket matches?
I doubt you believe it, G.
What cricket matches?
I've heard worse stuff. Try me.
You know that mansion down at Anslum?
Yeah, who doesn't? You live in this town long enough, it's impossible not to hear a thing or two about it. Bloody locals.
Well, my friend found a primitive version of a chain letter in there. Now that we've seen it, we're cursed.
A beat passes. For a long moment, G stands there unmoving. His hand stops short of placing the glass he's been wiping prior back to a rack on his left. All while he stares at me with eyes that are nothing short of scrutinizing. He probably assumes I'm joking. Who wouldn't? Not a week ago, I'd been put in the same position. Even now, in spite of the things I've seen and heard, it simply won't sink in. Or maybe this is just desperation creeping in? The idea that I may not be able to find a way out of this? Whatever the case is, for people who hasn't experienced what I'm going through, this will merely sound like an awful Halloween prank.
It's not a prank.
This must have been what Isabella felt the whole time we made fun of it that day.
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Now it's too late. We're stuck in a never-ending nightmare where only way out might be death. And like I've expected, G's reaction to it, an amused laughter. It booms throughout the entire pub after a long bout of silence, like I've just told him a particularly funny joke.
Okay. Good one, kid. You don't want to spill. No one's forcing you. Seriously, though. Good one.
Although I want to be angry with him, I can't find it in myself. Can't even muster the energy for a scowl or a glare. Nothing but the taste of my own medicine to temper the annoyance bubbling up in me, I suppose. In the end, echoing her words is the best I can do.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, all right. Good luck with that. You're on your own. Here I thought you didn't have an ounce of humor in that body. Guess I'm wrong.
He shakes his head, lets out another chuckle before returning to his task. By now, almost half of the glasses have been put away. The only ones remaining are the smaller kind used for shots and stem ones for cocktails. Despite being busy with his task, his amusement does not entirely disappear from his face. He keeps talking as if I'm simply another customer who entertains with his stories. But we both know it's more than that. It's the wistful expression on him says anything.
Man, can't believe you're the same rookie who walked in here almost a decade ago. Too smart for his own good, that boy. Has always been 2 steps ahead of things. Now he's here, sulking.
I must have screwed up somewhere then.
I also screwed up a lot. For things to suddenly shift like this, for me to become a mere shadow of the person I used to be.
No, I don't think so. This one, screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then. You know, the sort that's a bit unsure, making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stop calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
A significant pause falls at its heels. From both of us, as he allows its meaning to sink in and spur something in me, stirring a feeling both heavy and forceful, but not completely unwelcome. Familiar. Though before I can even clarify what he's trying to imply or gather my thoughts on the matter, G turns away to begin his work on the silverwares. He'll need those too once more of his patrons come in for lunch. Slow and easy. A sharp contrast with the stranger we've been waiting through these past weeks. A fleeting moment, but one I allow myself to relish, if only because of its absence lately. The way things are now, this is almost a gift. So when it all ends with the loud shuffling of foot from the adjacent hallway, a sigh is all that leaves me. There's no need for me to look up to know who it is. Zach's treads alone are trailing. There's always a weighted set to them, steps that are editing with a lazy cadence. Like he's always trying to make himself smaller, less conspicuous than he actually is. In a place he's unfamiliar with, he also tends to linger, stand awkwardly at the sides, as if he's all too afraid to break something. That or he's waiting for permission of some kind. Either way, he's never been the kind to bow head first into things or forgo courtesy, despite appearances. Much like how Rebecca's Mother Henning beflies her fiery temperament, or Isabella's rare displays of maturity appears at odds with her youth. There's been a lot of those in my life, it seems, more so from the people I've grown closer to over the years. Walking contradictions, we all are. It's a wonder how we ended up as friends in the first place. But maybe that's also exactly why. To some extent, there's still an understanding in there, in knowing that no matter how long you've been together, or how familiar you are with a person's habits, or how many lifetimes there might be for all of you, one can never fully know a person. Sometimes it works because they merely chose to stay. Sometimes it's as simple as someone extending a hand first for an apology, regardless of every hurtful word said.
Hey, Ash?
This time I glanced at him, briefly, gauging the mood. Not because reconciliation's an issue for me, between us it never will be, but somehow this is another thing I'm all too afraid to see crumble in front of me. One wrong word, if this is going to end another argument, we might as well stop as early as now. There's another long pause from him, during which he can't seem to figure out what to do with his hand. In the end, he chooses to stuff both into his pockets and trains his eyes at the now empty space behind the counter. Without our notice, G has slipped back to kitchen, leaving only the two of us and everything awkward in the world at the moment. Still, Zach trudges on, a hopeful tone slipping into his voice, simply because it's the only thing he knows to do.
Did you, get any sleep?
It's a start, at least. It's a stiff one, but a start. At least I can offer in return is that rare honesty.
For a few hours, yeah.
Curt, brusque, not an ounce of friendliness in it. In spite of it, Zach takes it as a sign. Relief washes over him as his shoulders relax and he releases a tense breath. Soon he's closing the distance he has put between us and flops onto the chair to my right.
I think the better question is if the dreams are pleasant. And for the record, no.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get those a lot.
He shifts in his seat, coughs, drums his fingers on the counter for a short while, then falls silent. That's it. No apologies. Somehow that short exchange is all we need. The air changes again, much like everything we've known lately. Maybe not for the better, not yet. However, it's less suffocating, with less hostility and resentment. The kind where it's easy to pretend, easy to forget. Not that it's a thing that'll happen anytime soon, but one can dream. In a situation where death might come knocking at any time, it's these little hopes we cling to. It's these little things we wish will happen again. I'm not an optimistic person by nature, hopeful maybe, but never optimistic. But I want to believe there's a way we'll live through this nightmare, for the sake of the one we've lost. It's just funny how it took all of this to spur these kinds of thoughts in me. I can't even remember the last time something like that, it has occurred to me. For some reason, after seeing one harrowing thing after another, I've simply forgotten.
Why are you suddenly smiling like that?
Huh? Oh, no, I was just thinking about something.
Well, it better be something that'll get us out of this mess.
What makes you think I know how to fix this? Until 2 days ago, I didn't even believe a word you guys have been telling me. Zach, I function better when I'm dealing with homicide cases. Hell, feel free to throw in the usual robbery and missing persons case into the mix. I don't care. Give me a few days and I'll give you a lead. This isn't how I operate. This isn't what I'm good at. For all you know, I might even end up getting us killed. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, the fact that you're frustrated but still trying already means something, Ash. Besides, you don't make that face unless you already have an idea. It can't be any worse than this. Maybe. What's on your mind, Ash?
There really is something about Z-Man. Between Rebecca and him, I tend to share with him things I wouldn't normally say to the other. Unlike her, it pushes, sometimes with the same tenacity as her mood. Zach has this strange tendency to ease people into telling him what he wants to know. Other times, the question feels so subtle it catches me off guard, with less force and more forbearance. After all, out of everyone, he's the most grounded. Really, he's like the older brother I never had, the kind you can depend on when things go sour. The kind you tell things to simply because he'll listen, without forcing his own opinions.
We still have one more lead we haven't checked. I'm gonna look into it tonight.
It doesn't take him long to put two and two together, and his calm expression abruptly dissolves to worry the second he realizes what I meant. We've already examined the letter, read through piles of documents. There's really only one we haven't given a voice once over. The mansion. Of course, that may not be the kind to push, but that doesn't mean he agrees with everything that comes out of my mouth. It's his way of keeping me steady and on my feet through the years.
Hold on, didn't you tell me not to go in there? Whatever happened to stay away from Luke Wright?
You're an unarmed civilian, Zach.
And so?
So, I want you to stay here and keep yourself safe. I probably won't take too long, but I don't know what might happen. I'm not even sure if I'll find something in there. G will keep an eye on you guys. If you need anything, that woman shows up, just holler. He'll help out, no questions asked. You don't even need to explain anything.
He's not willing to concede, not from the manner he grips his knees or the rigid set to his jaw.
I'm going with you. You can't go in there alone, Ash. I heard something. The morning I was there, I heard someone scream, and then there was a woman crying, and I don't know what's going on inside that mansion, but I am telling you, you shouldn't face whatever's inside alone.
Before I can stop myself, a heavy breath escapes from my mouth. It's one of those times again when Zach means well, but he's completely missing the point I'm trying to make. When things take a turn for this, when he gets in a mood like this, he's almost as headstrong as Isabella. There are only two ways this will end. I agree with him and he'd take him with me, or I agree with him and drop the idea altogether. Neither appeals more than the other, especially when we're all desperate for answers and a way out. If all it'll take is a little more honesty to make him drop his harebrained idea, so be it.
Look, man. Bro. Z-Man. Zach. Zachary, listen. I know you only want to help.
Like hell! This ain't just about helping, Ashton! You're throwing yourself in the thick of it, on your own! Was your fall last night really that bad? Did you hit your head hard? I honestly can't tell if you've gone stupid or just plain suicidal.
My head's okay, Zach. But it won't stay that way if we don't do anything about this. Someone has to.
Seriously, this is already a desperate move. The longer we dally, the faster we're losing our options. Do we even have one? Looking back at it, this whole business with the ghost seems perfectly set up to drive us into a corner. Either until we lose our mind or she gets us. It's starting to feel as if there isn't an escape. We've already become her playthings the second Isabella found that letter. That our lives are in her hands ticks me off big time. But the idea of watching the people I care about die helplessly? More so. They're much safer here than with me. It's a selfish thought, I know, born out of fear. So in case things go awry, the last thing I want to happen is for Zach to take the fall with me. I've already made enough mistakes.
And that means it's just you.
Just me.
Suddenly he clams up. Although his actions, the restless shift in his shoulders, his mouth pressing close in a tight line, and how he starts up again on a quiet note, it all gives away his real thoughts, long before two words are even made out of his mouth.
I'm sure you already know about this. This won't really bring her back. Maybe this is you trying to make amends, or whatever. I don't know. You're making your own decisions here. But if something happens to you, it'll be just that. There'll just be another dead body out there. Please, don't do something like this.
Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to get myself killed. I just want things to go back to normal, Zach.
Another dead air falls at the heels of that one admission. The meaning of my words too heavy to striking, it sends us into another lull. Optimism aside, we're both aware that's impossible. We're going to have to deal with the trauma right after. There will be the images, the voices whispering inside our heads, the foreboding feeling, the sense of blood, gore, and death trailing after us. We may survive this, but those things, they will remain in us for a long time. One does not survive something like this without it leaving something in you. Just the mere thought of what might come right after makes me dread it. What this has changed in all of us, but I suppose that outcome is more acceptable. The lesser of two evils.
3 hours.
My head snaps up and I turn to him puzzled. He's staring at his hands with a thoughtful expression, brows furrowed in deep concentration, like he's trying to choose the right words to convey what he's about to say.
3 hours? For what?
That's more than enough time to go there, to check things, like you said, and travel back here. If you don't show up here beyond that, I'm going after you.
From his tone, it sounds almost like a warning. I'm sure it's not his intention. But hearing something like that from a person like Zach, I can't help but chuckle and throw in the jive, despite how dire things are. Just like the old times.
Make that 4.
What? You said you're just gonna check things.
Why would you even need that long?
Speed limit? I'm a ranked law enforcement officer, Zach. I'm supposed to set an example.
I so wanna punch you right now.
Of course, Zach never carried it out. In white moments like this, it's just how he is, how we are. Unfortunately, G chooses the next moment to show up. He slams the flat of his palm on the counter and strings us both a stern look. I've always told him something short of jovial, but disapproval's clear in it. He obviously misunderstands the situation.
Boys, Thomas nice and all. I used to watch these bloody god-awful afternoon serials with one of my brothers many, many years ago. But listen, I am not having one in my pub, all right? You two want to fight? Go out.
A pregnant pause. Then without any preamble, Zach and I are both snickering and G's glow melts into confusion. When we both show no sign of stopping, he simply shakes his head and turns away. I'd like to think it's better this way. Better that we part on wide terms so Zach won't have to see every little insecurity, every little doubt in me right now. He's seen enough. The last thing I want him to glimpse is another display of weakness. Not when he still stares at me with the same unerring confidence in his eyes. When our mirth dies down before anything can be said further, before I change my mind, I step away from them. Giving Zach's shoulder a few quick pats, mumbling away an excuse about taking another short nap under my breath. Altogether burying the straight thought that flashes frequently in my head. Zach has seen me at my lowest plenty of times. Why does all of it matter now? Okay. Right. That was a lot of talking I did there. I wonder if anyone's... Wow. It feels like it's been an hour, nearly an hour since anyone in the chat said anything. Ugh. It reminds me I got a comment on one of my recent videos on this playthrough saying, how can you talk for 4 hours? Under a visual novel type game. It does take a lot sometimes. I usually prefer it when it's... We are here listening. It does take a lot out of me sometimes, but you know, I've got some practice. I do prefer it when it's a bit of a balance between reading and the voice acting now. Long periods of text can drag for me sometimes, as you've probably seen from some of my reaction. You're listening, you're watching, you're a moment's peace. That's good. Hopefully I'm helping you feel better, Nandy, since you're not so well. Whatever illness you have, hopefully you are feeling a little better. Anyway, the sun hangs low and I stumble back into consciousness and drag myself downstairs. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin, but considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He has always complained about the lack of a decent crown on week start, although he doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all, even him, which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even though sleep completely fades from my mind.
Something wrong, G?
G hums with his undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements, and only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. It feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teachers for sleeping in class.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you, might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Another question forms in my head along with a small confused frown. But before a single syllable slips past my mouth, he gestures his head on the far side of the main lounge. Isabella is settled on one of the tables sitting in the corner, in deep thought and with a scowl on her face. From the looks of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it, in spite of his efforts to look as unconcerned as possible as a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes as it occasionally flickers over Isabella. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Not that I know how. I don't even know what put her in such a bad mood. But the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me to doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, no people in sullen moods, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it turns into something chaotic.
It's probably not as petty as if Isabella's already in that state, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer and hides me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even in lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always has to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he has taken for people he barely even know. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm. There's a strange lull in this area of the pub. People continue to trickle out instead of in, and this time only 2 tables remain occupied. Soon these people too will be gone, and the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place an entirely different vibe. Along with the soothing smell of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. And perhaps it's for this reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room, in one of the tables set right beside the windows. GQ usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy streets outside. The late afternoon light spills right through it, outlining her small form and pooling on the surface of the table, where both her arms rest. In her hands, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it, yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's too still, too quiet, a complete opposite of her usual self, but it's these that often leave a mark. Not her cheery disposition or a lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence where the softest sighs and the slightest movements sing louder. The smallest minuscule things that tell you about the person and their strength more than any words can express. This particular song really does remind me of something from the Sims soundtrack. It sounds like something I would hear in the Sims 1. Except maybe for this piano part, that sounds a bit more mournful, but it gives me the impression of, like, you know the old Sims soundtrack from the first game, which was pretty good? It's easy to carve a vivid memory knowing how brief it lasts, and it breaks soon enough the second I pry the letter off her hands and flop down on the empty seat next to her. Yeah, the shopping music, you know. Really good stuff. I actually remember a few years ago, one of my old jobs, when I was doing some boring paperwork, I blowed up the Sims soundtrack and listened to it. It's surprisingly good for background noise. She glares at me annoyed, and just like that, all of it melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we're used to, what's easy, what's familiar, where every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
This time, however, no retort comes from her. Without the where to go daggers at, she turns on her hands, now clenched tight in front of her. But she's far from angry. A bit upset, maybe? Who wouldn't be? This curse has already gone on far too long. Has already taken someone we care about from us. Regardless, Isabel doesn't seem like she'll start shining at me, at least compared to every other people I've aggravated, intentional or otherwise. Some might talk may just do the trick and coax her out of his mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to OG a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She rolls a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive enough to drain every colour out of the room. It's as if I just told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there'll be more of it. Really now? She needs to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yeah, it sounds half-hearted at best, like what's happening has already sapped every bit of energy in her, and all that's left are the words. Pretty soon those two will lose their meaning and leave a hollow shell in their wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with her short, feeble responses and banter that never goes anywhere. But it's enough. In the grand scheme of things, amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us, it's these little inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter, when it finally rings, easy and free of a burden.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really, listen. I know someone who talks like an owl.
Mume?
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then she frowns as realization dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face before eventually setting on a grimace. Oh, God, he's telling dad jokes. Suddenly she hugs her arms closer to herself and walks away, perhaps in her best attempt to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you. Just leave.
It's contagious, her mirth. Soon I'm joining her in it, briefly forgetting every problem that has piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care until only a familiar warmth lingers, once both our usual depths away. Somehow with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
A little. You're still lame.
But you're laughing right now.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If Grace could kill, with the one she sends my way, I'll probably be dead by now. Seeing it directed my way, it takes only a few quick seconds to me to realize how she might have also taken my statement. How long and rude it might have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it is. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Crap. Damn it, that was so not what I meant. I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
Her glow doesn't even wane, in fact being intensified like the brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stern and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside was very interesting today, maybe I should...
Thanks, Ash.
She does all of it under a voice too small, too quiet, but when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, not the last strains of music fading into sounds of others. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze, as she holds mine, that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way she looked at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and an expression softening into a tender smile. I didn't understand it then, how easy it is for her to wear her heart on her sleeve, how she never shies away from expressing herself, even among people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now it's among the hundreds, the thousands that hang unspoken between us, trivial little things with worth still too big to point to words, either because it's too early or because there's never really a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Until the moment itself dwindles. Until reality pulls us back in, reminding us of the things we've set aside in its favor.
What was that about earlier? You look like you're about to wage war on that letter.
Oh, it's nothing. You probably won't like it when you hear it.
Maybe. You haven't said anything yet, so how am I supposed to decide how to react?
A small frown returns to her face, although it lacks the same anger from just a few minutes ago. The bitterness stays. Now there's also uncertainty. It takes another minute until she speaks again. This time she doesn't meet my eye.
I was just thinking... Maybe we should go back to the mansion.
Blood freezes in my veins. Immediately, before I can even think further on what to say, my mouth's moving. I disapprove already at the tip of my tongue.
Isabella, you know that's...
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need. I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have after all, but it's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find there? If I bring her with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. Hence, alone. Exactly as I have told Zack. If there's a need to go back to that accursed place, I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this point is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. So I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes. Anything to keep her safe. Oh boy.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
Actually, no, I'm going to let you decide, Nandi. That's why I reloaded. I decided since you've been sat here for a while, you can decide which option I pick. Which one should I pick? It's dangerous, or I can't let you do that? like the first round a few times we're doing something other than just clicking through text boxes. Might as well, mate. I can't let you do that. Okay, fine. We'll go for this option.
I can't let you do that, Belle.
I would have happily chose the other option, but I was just thinking, crap, I should let someone else pick.
Ash, the people living in that place now, they were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are.
I know, but it's risky. It's dangerous.
But he says the same thing anyway. The options were, it's dangerous, I can't let you do that, but he's gonna say whatever.
We don't know what you might find in there. Or if you'll even find anything.
I guess the tone's different, is it, or something?
What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do?
And her response should be, well, what are you going to do if she goes after you? Exactly. There is safety in numbers.
For all we know, it might be a dead end. It's not worth it. To put yourself in harm's way like that.
She offers no response. Not even a form of resistance. No further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin till the air in the whole room feels heavy. In front of her, her hand still stays curled up like it's holding on to everything she wishes to say but can't. I like to think that yes, to some extent she understands me, even if she does not entirely agree with me. The dilemma's clear in her, otherwise her scowl wouldn't have a deeper set to it, her lips wouldn't be pressed in a thin line, or her hand would no longer be balled into fists. She would have pushed that argument. If she doesn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Instead, she instantly offers a nod, an acquiesce. And in a moment of bonus, perhaps insolence, I reach out for her, taking her clenched fist in mine and drawing her closer to me. She sucks in her breath, short and sharp, but doesn't say anything, merely watching as both my hands cradle hers, cautious, mindful, as if it's the most precious thing I've held. Then again, maybe it is, along with everything I've yet to convey.
Stop that.
Surprisingly, although the gesture has startled her, she yields, allows a touch that is far too familiar and more than what I'm willing to give most.
You're going to hurt yourself if you keep doing that.
Gently I unfurl her fingers, flattening out each digit against my palms. Her nails have already created small dents on the skin from how tightly she has held it close. I would have mourned she would have drawn blood. Deep as it is, smoothing a thumb over the tiny marks does nothing. But it's a small gesture we both find comfort in and makes this chaos. I missed part of that. Once the tension was. Her expression softens, the lines of her shoulders ease, and it is only after her lips curve up in a faint smile that I let go, giving her hand one last squeeze before returning it to her. Part of me wants to tell her, admit that it's exactly what I'm planning tonight. What good will it do, though? I've already told Zach, one person is enough. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Bordering that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware, at least of where I'm heading off to, in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I've only intended to do a quick survey of the place. In my own words, risky. It's best that I simply leave it as it is for now. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry my entire scheme entails. With a light, reassuring tap on her shoulder, I stand up. At the same time, footsteps soulful from the pub's entrance and cheerful chatter suddenly fills the room as a group of people enters. It's all the distraction I need. Muttering an excuse and flashing Isabella a quick smile, I beat a hasty exit out of the main lounge and leave her on her own, despite the troubled look she shoots me. Before Isabella can say what she's been mulling over, before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that only etches itself in my memory, one that spurs the conscience, among other things. Just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. Hey. That took a while. Right, so he's basically going on his own to the mansion. That is his choice. He has chosen to tackle the mansion by himself. Galway Show's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight. With the lively music and chatter slipping out, mostly unseen, comes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough, I find myself standing outside under the chilly Luxborn night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour, maybe even stronger than the one we've had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, but I pay it no mind as I hurry towards my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings on my way out. If this is all connected, I need this damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds, I'm quite sure it won't be missed either, but I can't waste time here and wait for it to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3, if I'm inclined to go by the rule Z-Man said. When have I ever? Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. But as with every plan, problems pop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does, in the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. Isabella turns just as I near, her mouth curving up in a small smile. Here she offers no greeting except for a shy tilt of the head. Even as my pace swells and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless, merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up the starless sky when I come up to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, furry, thick with something close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away, while she hugs her arms closer to herself to keep warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air is already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but a dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. Bad or she is here for some other reason.
Val, I can't bring you with me.
I know. I won't ask you to.
Go back inside. G will keep an eye on you while I'm gone. You can trust him. And hey, you also have Z-Man with you.
Don't worry. I will. In a while. I just want a bit of fresh air.
Well, don't stay out there too long. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I give her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before walking past her and heading to my car. No 2 steps further though, something pulls the back of my jacket, catching the fabric in a firm grip and holding my
Isabella,
movements.
I need to go.
She refuses to meet my eyes, but her hold remains tight. There's a worried crease between her eyebrows and her lips quiver ever so slightly once she speaks. In a small voice, brimming with a different kind of desperation I can't quite place.
Rebecca's gone.
She draws in a breath, soft, slow, lined with enough soul that it hits
And
you.
if that thing takes you, too.
The rest of it falters, but the meaning, the gravity in each of her words rings loudly above the passing breeze, hanging over us, lingering in between. A small little thing that spurs me into silence, like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form, not even a single coherent thought, and so in place of it, in place of everything untold and we're taken for granted, I draw her in, gently, quietly, pulling her against me until my arms settle around her shoulders.
Ash?
For a fleeting second she freezes, startled, and looks up to me with hesitation and a silent question in her eyes. Whatever answers she finds in mine, eventually she allows this. She folds herself into me, buries her face into my shoulder, and settles her arms on my sides, unsure, uncertain.
It'll be over soon. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to get us out of this. But no matter what happens, I want you to promise that you will stay alive until then. Because if I lose you to her as well, I have no idea what else would keep me grounded.
When all has been said and done, I rest my forehead against hers, eyes closed and simply taking in her warmth. Desperation still clings, woven into every breath, every sigh. But at the heart of it is this, her. No words are said, even as we part. But I let this be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxborn and heading straight for Amazon Village. Well, that was sweet, I guess. Gives her a big hug. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. Thunder threatens with a rumble seconds later, echoing long across the sky. And with one last roar, the skies open in earnest. And then it's November the 1st. Wow, the final day of the game. And we are... Feels like we're coming towards some sort of climax, but... we have one character left to play as, apparently, so this is not going to be it yet. But something interesting is about to happen in this mansion, I think. The rain fell in fast, steady sheets, creating shower pools on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in this city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I've reached the mansion before the downpour was turned torrential. The long slog from Antoine Village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. And it's going up a creepy Bushes outside. By the time I found cover under the trees right in the vicinity of the mansion, my shorts were already drenched. My ears also sticking out against my skin in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, these are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, scumbag, Wright, has suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion. A guard is now stationed in every possible point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one has spotted me once I entered the property, although that's probably because I've kept close to the forest. While I could always create a clever way in for myself, under this deluge, it'll be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I stepped in the property and the mansion came into view, every light is off. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house feels itself. It feels empty, eerie, too quiet. Normally I'll pass it over some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not as far off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Well, we know that the wife got possessed. I don't know what happened to Luke, though. Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening, for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in, desperately so. Moving without thinking will not only endanger me. With so many unknown variables and what we're dealing with, I also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's a prison, not a morgue. So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out, hanging above the loud pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? Or worse, Hannah Wright. It's coming from the forest? Just right up ahead, in fact, not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, wary glance before following the noise. Carefully, keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I near. Oh no, don't do it, Ash! Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay it no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing. Abruptly it all stops and I am met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness, even my laboured breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks, and
Help me.
uh-oh. Dread surges within me as I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. But before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting, and tilting till the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet her. By then it's too late. My foot slips further and the rest of my body follows. Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, basing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's all because you didn't listen. And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why won't you believe me? A reminder of what I failed to do and of who have failed. When I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me, apart from one. There is only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Oh. Okay. Underground prison? Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open, the soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my consciousness further. For a few short moments I remain still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust to the lack of light and my breathing to even out first, before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle of its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain right up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
So what happened? The ghost just put him in a prison cell? There doesn't seem to be any injury or major fracture. although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw, probably from when I've skidded down prior to landing myself here. A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful, and by the time I'm back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows in from when I've fallen in, coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel and brings in the fresh, earthly smell of rain from the top side. Wait, he just fell into this place? Oh, so he's found like a secret earthen passage, I guess. Regardless, it just amassed the old musty scent of the place, a mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul, like death. More worrisome than the putrid festering smell, however, are the cells that line both sides of the tunnel. Under the dim light, I could barely make out what's inside on some of them, but I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Probably not, unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'll probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity, and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. This, though, if this is just the tip of the iceberg, I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear is inconsequential. As unpleasant as the sight of this is, this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
It probably won't. Turns out it is, for the most part. The path rarely deviates, no sharp turns or branching routes. Just a long, empty hallway stretching out before me, filled with nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. The only problem is having an overactive imagination, and walking amidst a place shadowed by death. Every sound, every sudden movement, even the faintest of it spurs it. At times there are scampering, small noises that abruptly rises above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel, before fading away just as swiftly as it rang.
It's probably just some animal.
Rats. Must be those rats. A rat, maybe? I hope. I pause nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow of the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole place. Things continue like this as I traverse the whole passage, pausing, listening, moving on, repeat, eventually losing track of time while I go deeper into the tunnel, until finally the corridor ends with the slight of light, slanting from a door left ajar. On the other side, from whatever little glimpse the opening offers, I spy bottles lining the walls and wicker barrels for aging. The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen, then.
This was under the wine cellar, huh? An underground fucking prison. More than eager to get out of this place, I quicken my pace. But as soon as the door's within arm's reach and I push it open, a foul, putrid scent assaults my scent. Oh, right. I think he's gonna find Marianne's corpse. A heady mixture of odors akin to a rotting fruit and decaying meat catches me completely off guard. Surprised, I stumble back, gagging, having accidentally breathed a lungful of it, only for my foot to end up disturbing the edge of a nearby puddle I failed to notice earlier. It spends splashes of liquid right across the hem of my pants, and I fight the urge to grimace as a raw metallic smell hizzes up in the air. A smell I'm already more than familiar with, thank you very much. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Sighing, I take a brief moment to brace myself before crossing the threshold, already expecting the worst. The trail of dark liquid leads me to it. Its form is slumped against a wine vat not too far from the door. The rank lingers heavier on the ear, stronger. Putrefaction has just started, but in a place like this you can't really tell the time of death from that alone. The humidity and temperature in this room has likely delayed the process. An estimate? This person has died sometime around 3 to 5 days ago. which places the timeline around the time people were just moving in and also the housewarming party. Servant, then? No, someone with the same social status of the rights. Whoever it is has also read the letter based on the writings around the body. Someone who was also present during the open house and the party. So, a guest. Wordlessly, I draw closer, muttering a quiet prayer under my breath for the departed. The least I can do now is figure out who it is and try and find his or her family once I'm done here. Let them know what has become of their kin. Even through the layers of clothes, its shoulder feels cold to the touch. Somehow, despite not being new to this, it still sends a nauseating chill to my stomach. Maybe it's because this time I know exactly why this person died. Another person too late to save from this curse. Ignoring the dread, gently I give the blazer a pull. Unexpectedly, a head rolls back, twisted, contorted, severed. And the achievement what? Requiesce in pace. Or Italian for rest in peace, that I know thanks to playing Assassin's Creed. So this is Mary Ann. And she cut her own neck because, well, a few parts ago we were told to do so by the ghost of her lesbian lover. It dangles, dangles from one side to the other before settling at an odd angle. Wow, so she's just lying dead down here and nobody fucking noticed. In that entire time. I mean, I know that Hannah Wright got possessed and all, but what about everyone else? The next thing I know, I'm staring at the hollow base of her neck with only a thin layer of skin keeping her severed head to her body. But more than the gruesome sight or the sickening feeling that's lurched up to my stomach is recognition. I know this woman. And it's not just any woman I've seen randomly on the streets. She's the same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employers. Mary Ann McCulloch, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with her throat sliced viciously in half and her whole body drenched in her own blood. Once the surprise subsides, I muster the courage to properly lie her down, closing her eyes and covering her face with my handkerchief. It's perhaps the kindest gesture I can offer her right now, pressed for time as I am. But to see another suffer this kind of death, in the end, the only thing I am able to do is avert my gaze and continue with my plans. Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare, but after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I can't even bring myself to vocally question anything anymore, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases, interesting cases, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now I simply want this to be over.
You really believe it'll be that easy, don't you?
I paused mid-step, confused. Wearily, I look around, searching wildly for the source. A long minute passes, no one speaks again. Breathing out a sigh of relief, I simply continue, this time treading lightly, careful not to make a sound. Up ahead, I can already glimpse a set of stairs. That must lead to the kitchen. Yeah, and it's also quite dusty down here, so I'm willing to bet that shortly after her death, a lot of other bad shit happened here. There's a good chance that everyone in the house is either dead or possessed at this point. Getting unnoticed in the wine, except for the security detail apparently. Getting unnoticed in the wine cellar is not a problem, but if someone upstairs when I pop up, well, to say it'll be complicated might be a bit of an understatement, especially if that butler's in there. If I get caught, no one else will be able to fix this.
See? So full of yourself, aren't you?
This time I'm sure, there's really a voice, well, voices. Despite staying only a few paces away from the exit, I find myself stopping and looking for it. Searching the immediate surrounding for the familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just an arm length away from me, a mirror stands. And from it, they speak. Oh, it's this fucking mirror. All singing the same mocking tone against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Murmurs and laughters, jeering, scoffing, deriding, wasting venom into every crevice in my head, taunting me.
Look at you, mouthing off like some hero. You can't even fix your own silly little problems. You haven't really changed, have you?
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistake lies in this first instance, I've answered. The very second denial slipped from my mouth, the words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and rouse my temper. Despite knowing they are merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time. Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
So this ghost also likes to take on the form of people, different people as well, and try and trick everyone.
What about Becca? Oh, the way she fell to her death, but all you did was watch. Someone's dead because of you.
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder, to know you're responsible for all of this? For their deaths?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late, and you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Rook right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity it knows. To hear it saying my friend's voice even more so, but what I hate above all it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore!
It laughs, sharp and piercing. At its sound, something in me snaps, a rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision. And the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and fist connects to its surface. It shatters, renting the air with an ear-splitting crack, landing fragments of it all on the floor. The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every senses. All at once there is this deafening silence. Slowly I become aware of my surroundings. Bottle of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint old scent of death and decay somewhere, and the small cuts at the back of my fingers. Blood drips from each digit, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve or falls to the floor. Not too deep. Legible even. There is a pain, however, a different kind. An ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but from where every single word is hit. On the ground, shards lie lifeless now. No more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered talk continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
You're all going to die down here.
You are going to die alone.
A fear. One that has been long ago kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked. Probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself up. The butler reverse is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants, no anyone. And just as easy as that, I'm in. Gently I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be my way out. If my luck doesn't hold, well, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't want to think what might happen. Sometimes it's best if I simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly a sob, ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. My shoulders immediately tense. You mean tense? Hers rising at the back of my neck as a sudden chill passes. This despite myself and the beliefs I've long held. Because as much as I want to convince myself that nothing's wrong, my experience tells me a wholly different story.
What are the chances I'll be able to leave this place alive?
I want to be optimistic about it, really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't quite understand. Just being realistic with my chances. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder. With a ragged draw of breath, heavy with apprehension, I step out of the door. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. I keep to the shadows for the most part, not that there's any need to. The entire place just feels empty. Odd, when a house this big should have a large staff. You'd think there'd be one or two roaming about for some late night chores or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless the security means the butler, or I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything, probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind who'll do anything to keep himself safe. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. With no tag along, I only have to worry about myself, watch my back. Selfish, I know.
Necessary.
In the same manner this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really need a guide when the house layout is fairly simple, almost milled with only a few modifications in the rooms. Although I've only been here once, I think I've already had a good grasp of this place's ins and outs. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me, where the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what happened outside, I'm not even sure if I should be trusting what I'm hearing. But with the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. Or in surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speed.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
What it already is a dead girl in a basement. In the cellar. You're already in a crime scene, dude. But nothing's ever that simple, isn't it? Or when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses to the next room, something shifts. In a flash, nearly without fanfare. Ugh. And suddenly we're in the other world. It happens in the blink of an eye. I almost miss it. One moment there's red. In the next, I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls, none trailing down the stairs or pulled on the floor, no eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice.
Mother.
Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from. Upstairs. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is who? Definitely not Scumbag or the butler. I've yet to see hide nor hear of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on the edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife? Well, one can't really tell if it's her, the way her walls echo her voice. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move. Taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. And then it happens again. Okay then. More bloody room! I tried to shake it off, but the uneasy sensation has already made it home in the pit of my stomach. Dread. And it only grows deeper the closer I get to her. The relative emptiness of the place is now deeper. Near just a harsh wind battering the windows and the sheets of rain pouring down the roof. For a fleeting second, I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down into that train of thought. Abruptly, the cries stop, replacing it with screaming.
Mother, please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me. She won't leave, Mother. I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet's already moving before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready at the holster as I hastily stealth for the far side of the hall. One alarmed footstep after another, while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end and coming from the floor above.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I do not hesitate, moving in despite the lack of light, the steep stairs, or the thick wave of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then without wasting a second, I push the door open. She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's as if she has neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing, undisturbed, like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
She's got the same hairstyle as the person in the picture.
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Belatedly, I noticed the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenching the whole attic, I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even a single human body doesn't have this much blood. So, bodies? The thought sent an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, alright, but this is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at first sight of it. Anyone will. Yet the woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room, repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor? Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should I have been more aware and on guard, really? But there's so little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room's as normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get the chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causes me to buckle down and land heavily on my knees. Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun, although before I am able to turn, level it, and shoot, a hand grabs my wrist and twists it. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls to the floor with a thunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out of my reach and slides uselessly under the bed. Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edges of my vision. Then, taser clipped to my belt is the next thing to go the moment I'm down. The sound of it sliding roughly against the wooden floor somewhere grates against my ears, along with my laboured breathing. The next thing I know, a piece of cloth is closing around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls. Tight. I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. Except any small movement only causes him to pull it taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
It's the butler. Right, butler. Shit.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hannah Wright?
Go, you asshole. Now, Doomkopf, you're in no position to be rude. Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes. Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out in spirit of muteness.
You. Keep that dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you it will be more painful than this.
He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edges of my vision. Ever so slowly, the realm around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me, and without meaning to...
Get away from him!
What the... Hearing that voice, it's as if I've been doused with a bucket full of ice cold water. Familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately my eyes snap open. And right there, right on the attic's doorway, stands Isabella of all people. A rolling pin in one hand and a standard issue police taser on the other. My taser. She must have picked it up from where this bastard kicked it off earlier. Where else could she have gotten one? I doubt she has ever used one even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, this guy can easily disarm her in one hit. But there's something in her eyes. Although there's a look of fear in them and her handshake, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at Scumbag's wacky. Untrained or not, she does not plan to leave here without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable really, but it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grow soon with every laughter that slips from
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know. Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Damn it! What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she fall after me? Who else came with her? Zach? Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but did she really have to run in here and expose herself like that? Does she even know how to use a taser? For fuck's sake, more than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Getting strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either. This is why I prefer to do things alone. This is why I'd rather be the only one to take the consequences. I don't even want to think what this bastard might do to her after he's done with me. Though my voice comes off nearly a croak, I try to tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood in my tongue as I heave, pretending to gain as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Get out. 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 Val!
Don't be stupid! I'm not leaving you here!
He laughs, too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears, in spite of the warmth in them, sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. He won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open, but in the next second, though I still don't exactly understand what's happening, Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain, not a yell of panic, but one that's resolute, firm, perhaps in a tone that's weeks fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me. Ashton, duck!
I do, more out of instinct than desire to survive, closing my eyes before my mind can fully process what's going on. It all happens in a blur. The telltale sound of a taser being discharged resounds through the room. The air crackles. Something whizzes by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. The next thing I know, the towel strangling me has started to loosen. I collapse on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Then, without much fuss, falls face first beside me, knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity in a fucking rolling pin. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry at that. Somewhere in front of me, my action-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the floor, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten, while the mood in the room eases. So the butler is somehow involved with killing people. Unless he's also got possessed, that is. I mean, if the Hannah Wright was possessed, there's nothing to say the butler won't be. For countless seconds we remain quiet with only our short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline ebb away and both our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse, we're still inside the mansion, in imminent danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. Wow, that's a lot that's happened. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable, as is moving. Although every small motion causes a wince, there will be bruising tomorrow. I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under the bed is easy, but only with some effort I am able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of a handcuff on his wrist while fastening the other on the bed frame. That should keep him restrained for a few hours, in case he wakes up prematurely. All through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hand still shaking, taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any results, spurred only by some kind of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light
Belle,
shake.
we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them along with something ineffable. Then without warning she lifts her hand and slaps me right across the face. The sound of it cracks the air, shouting the sounds like a fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder above the storm. I don't even know what it means until my head has finally snapped back and my cheek stings with her anger. And it is anger. In spite of the stillness and the lack of words afterwards, not fuming no, never fuming, but the kind that burns lightly and soundlessly, a frustration instead of a seething rage. One that ebbs just as quickly as it flows, and once the tide subsides there's only that gleam in her eyes, warm, steadfast and unflinching. Quietly I brace myself for the truth underneath that gaze. It slips from her lips softly, neither failing under the sound of the rain still falling fast, if not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
Belle.
If Zach didn't slip up, no one would have known where you went.
Belle, one person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and...
You almost died! He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died.
I have a feeling if perhaps I didn't have a good relationship with her, maybe I would have died there too, and I'd have been 3 characters dead in this playthrough.
I told Zach to give me 4 hours. That would have been enough time to...
It would have been too late! And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer!
She trails off, drags one indrawn breath after another. A brief pause of frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop and though her voice rises hoarse and weary, in her next words there's only certainty.
You count too, you know? When I said that night, when I told you that I don't want to lose anyone anymore, that includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
And once their meaning fell, roar it does so not with the force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, but with the gentle steady warmth of half burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving, until all that's left is a truth, an understanding. Not alone. Never alone. It lingers, even as we both drift back into silence and our words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after is another warmth blooming, pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze a squall was left, creating something fragile yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze unwavering, in the way she carries herself despite sitting amidst a place she fears, in the way she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart, because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but will eventually amount to a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but begin to matter to me one day until... Oh. Despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips at the same warmth from earlier unfolds in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, bright from all these years I've carried it, but I've never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton! I'm not done scolding you!
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head. Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends her hand towards my face, catching her wrist in a slight grip, drawing it closer, and folding her hand in between mine. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she does not pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells her how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors have already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry, Belle.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later, when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this.
Maybe not the best time to be doing this, buddy.
It's for a lot of things. For calling you clumsy, and careless, and a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling between us as something tender shifts in air. Another exhale, another drawn breath breathes out of me, filled with hesitation and uncertainties. But when I finally choose to break silence, it's kind of convenient and nice that the fucking ghosts of this mansion are just happy to let this moment play out uninterrupted, by the way. It's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is what one truth I will hold against the world.
But for all those callous words, despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you. In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
For a long moment she offers no response, her grip on my hands merely tightens. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and walk up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. And it is one, despite the smile on her face. If it can even be called one, of course. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Regardless of what it means to her or what she intends to convey with it, the sight of it alone makes me regret ever mentioning anything. It's almost as if she's forcing herself to push out the next words out of her mouth for the sake of not hurting me. Not that I won't be able to take it, but if these feelings will only put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have to say anything at all. As expected, with one last squeeze of the hand cradling her, she pulls her hand away from mine. When she speaks, though, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is.
Ash...
She pauses, biting her lower lip. A small frown forms between her eyebrows while she struggles to find the right phrases to string together.
Ashton, I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's cool. I was already expecting that. Kind of. But you don't have to...
No, I mean, I can't. I can't afford to think of anything other than helping my family. Especially now that Papa's gone.
Wow, why did the voice get quieter there?
They're going to need me more than ever, Ash.
Oh, the sound audio is better for that bit.
I'm sorry. I really can't. Not right now.
That's understandable. I've always known it would lead to this. To some extent. Her family will always come first. Who am I to take that from her? It hurts, of course, but the pain eases knowing that in spite of circumstances, her heart will always be in the right place. She's still the same woman I've fallen in love with.
It's alright, Belle. Don't apologize. If it still matters, that's actually what I love about you. Of course, not that I'm expecting anything by telling you that, but you get the point. Yeah.
Thanks, Ash. I mean, thank you for loving me. Even after everything.
Her response is a smile and a soft laughter. Perhaps the sweetest I've seen and heard from her. Just from it, I know nothing will change despite her answer and any lingering feelings that will come from this. I want to point out once again that we're in the middle of a creepy attic and this is happening. This is not something I've seen in a horror game before. Or any horror situation. Moments of belief when it's all over, yes. But literally a life or death situation with a friggin' murderous butler. We're still in a spooky fucking mansion. And now we're going all romantic tenderness and shit. I'm almost half expecting the ghost to jump scare us and break this up. And there will be. Lingering feelings, that is. With the way she barged into our lives 5 years ago, it'll probably be enough to leave a terrible impression on anyone, but that's also precisely it. It's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worms their way into a person's life until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. As it is, I'm already content simply staying by her. No grand expectations or hopes attached, just the banter, the subtle smiles, and the quiet mental warmth of all. I love her, but that also isn't all there is to us.
I know I caused you all kinds of trouble these past few years.
Hey, whoever told you I'm doing this for free? After we're done with this curse thing, you're gonna owe me a year's supply of ice cream.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, it's very nice and all, but I feel this is a bit much. I mean, I get it. Heat of the moment, but we are in Spooky Town right now. We do want to remember that, right? It's moments like this that lead me to believe that the people behind these games are more comfortable with doing romantic stuff rather than horror stuff. I do give them... I mean, the other two games that they've made are, again, a romantic visual novel and a Yuri. That's a lesbian romantic novel. I think they seem to like doing that kind of stuff, and to their credit, I think they are quite good at it. It just feels a bit weird seeing this stuff in a horror game. To this extent, it's actually kind of an interesting approach, really, but... yeah, anyway. It's different. Give them that. Familiar, warm, bright and hopeful, much like everything about her. And it is strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. Man. Power still hasn't come back when we make our way downstairs. I'm concerned stairs to the attic are a bit old. Okay. At this point, I don't know if I want to keep playing until we get to the end of Ash's thing, or I want to play some poker for a bit. Decisions. Is anyone still in the chat that is awake or listening? I mean, I like doing this visual novel stuff, but there's not a lot of gameplay to this. This is the least gameplay visual novel I've played ever. Zero Escape had the puzzles. Danganronpa had the mystery. Spirit Hunter had those walking segments with the occasional find the hidden pixel stuff. Doki Doki Literature Club. Well, that was 9 hours long and spooky as shit. That didn't... Also, they had the poem segments. What would you rather see me do at this point? I'm very tempted to actually just take a pause here and play poker. But I'm also tempted to also keep going until I get through Ash's things. We can move on to Luke's. Decisions. What to do. It feels like this is going to go on for a bit longer, to be honest. I mean, the segments so far have been about 3 or 4 hours long, but this has been going on for about 5 hours now. So we're getting into a... This is probably like one of the lengthier parts of the game we've had so far. We've still got one more perspective remaining at this stage. You know what? I am actually gonna go play some poker. I need to play some game. You know, if this is gonna go on for a bit longer, fine. I'm gonna take a break and play some poker, I think. Things are getting interesting, but I'm feeling the itch to play something with gameplay in it, if it makes sense. So I guess we will leave Ash and Isabella in the spooky mansion for next time, which will be... Well, I gotta do my sweets date, actually, since it is December tomorrow. I might continue this on Thursday after my sweets date. I might not. We'll see. Alright. Time to switch over to poker. Let's get the poker warmed up, shall we? I have to place my camera down here. Put you over there. Yep. Oops. See if I can boot this old thing up. See if there's any special offers that PokerStar wants to throw my way this evening. Probably don't, but we'll see. I didn't think they would. Alright, let me just switch topic. Alright, let me switch this up. Not a first playthrough of this, that's for sure. Let's get some royalty-free music cracking. See see what we have. Oh, I've nearly finished that previous list. I'm going to go back to a different one that's 2 hours or whatever. Alright, give me a second. I need to load one more thing. And I'm just about ready to rock. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick piss break, and when I get back, I'm going to be playing some poker. So, back in a moment. Okay, I am back. I'm glad to hear you're still here, Robot Thalos. So, yesterday evening, I managed to get to the humble position of 10th in one of these tournaments. Sit and goes on the very, very short stack. So, not exactly great to be honest, but hey ho. It was something. Hopefully tonight, maybe we can go one better. We will see. So, looks like we're regging into this tournament. It's already started, so here we go. Let's get cracking, shall we? Hey look, I'm on my own on the table. Whee! It's just me! And some other players. I guess we're forming the final table, huh? Weird. Well, this will be a weird start. Okay. Well, I guess we're beginning the game now. Very strange way of starting the game with only a couple of players. I might just wait until 7-3 offsuit isn't exactly a good hand. So we can fold that while we wait for the table to join us. I'm sure we'll quickly be filling up with the rest of the players, and then we can start the game proper. This is what we get when we're regging into this tournament. So as usual, it's a $1 game, top 7 pay, nothing you haven't seen before if you've watched this a couple of times. And now we'll just wait and see who shows up. Here are 2 spots. Wow. Donks the river there. Just straight up donks the river. Okay, Ace-9 suited is just borderline, and we're facing a 3x. So we can play this hand anymore. Especially since this is the first hand they've played since they've sat down. So obviously we can respect the Ace-9, even though he would have flopped the flush draw. But all we have is ace high, essentially with a nut flush draw. So now we have our full table. Again, also something that made that difficult to call was the fact that we were and with a flop the foot and not flush. That is unfortunate, but let's consider the fact that we still had plenty of players to act behind us. And if any of them had decided to go over the top, we'd be in an incredibly weak position with ace-9. If I was perhaps in a different position in this hand, I might consider calling there, but we weren't. So, tough luck, but it happens. Position is important in the game. Alright, so, who do we have around us tonight? FM station from Russia, who is sitting out. Mamas in Flames, that's a cool name, from the United Kingdom. Face Axe 111 from Russia. Kretsch from Canada. Okrimo from Germany. Sayazin from Germany. Robert Crunch from Belarus. And Tim Doherty from Belgium, who has 500,000 real money hands player. And Sayazin seems to like the all-in jams. I mean, seriously, that's a big shove. Ooh, King versus Ace Jack. Just has to fade the ace, and does so. Wow. He went all in with Ace Jack. I mean, you go all. I mean, maybe the intention. No, that was just a desperation bluff. The fact that he considered that with kings gave him too much credit there. All in with Ace Jack, off suit as well. Assuming that was just trying to be a bluff, like a please just respect my all-in jam, but that was a bit weird anyway. Why would you, if you had a big hand, why would you go all in there? You'd want to raise it up a little bit to try and draw a 4-bet or a value call, surely, not go all in immediately. I guess Okrimo saw that and the ace-jack was picked off. I suspect that's not the last of the aggression we're going to see from our German panda friend. Wow. If yesterday's tables were a bunch of min raises and strange white calls, tonight is aggression incarnate. 3 X's. And he calls with Queen 9. Wow, he has quads. Didn't even need to hit quads. That player was an idiot. Wow. What can I say? Player was trying to represent the ace against the player who had an ace. Speaks for itself. That was a terrible player, I think. Or he might have been tilted from the ace-jack loss, I don't know. Way too loose. And they're gone. Definitely have to be mine to be respecting Robert Crunch's free bets for the rest of the game, given how ace-queen was revealed. That's a... may well. Right, well, now we start. I think we have all 45 players accounted. Yep. We have all 45 players accounted for, so we are down to 4 tables. I did notice when I checked the metrics for yesterday's stream, by the way, that when I switched to poker, I gained a few extra viewers. So I think a few more of you are tuning into the poker stuff. Not many, but a few more than, say, the letter. I guess you like this stuff. I don't blame you. It can be pretty interesting sometimes, since we are playing with real money too. Unfortunately, I can't really say that my play is going to be too exciting, but I am following a strict stratagem. So we are now joined by Aldous Lee from Brazil, who has 5,000 real money hand experience. Buenos BS94 from Brazil, who has 250k experience. We only managed to escape the bazillion poker players for one table. They're back, and they're packing titles. By the way, Twitch mods, I say that in a way to endear that there's plenty of bazillion players on PokerStars, and not in an offensive manner, okay? So put away that ban button and go find someone else to pick on for tonight, yeah? Meanwhile, Ace Queen, okay, higher flush. Another simply played hand there. Tried to bet an all-in into a higher flush. No kidding. No kidding. Oh hey, someone actually saying something. You don't get a lot of banter in these games, but... there wasn't really much he had to do, but I don't think Okama even went all in on that hand. He just let the other player gave him the rope, took the nuts. With this in mind, we're going to have to be careful. We might not be playing against some loose players in this table. There's a sense we might be up against other tight players who are just waiting to hit nuts hands. Although our strategy isn't going to change, really. Owing to the fact we have a mixture of the looser players. So... just to be mindful, we are going to get called by, at least in some spots, by actual tough hands. Tranquil Mind and Max Value. That felt like an auto check to me. Well. Taking some time to deliberate on this decision. Decides to call. Board pairs. That wasn't a massive amount of time there. Maybe he has a legitimate decision. Oh, they both had an ace. Tie. Luckily the board paired for the very weak ace there. I mean, prior to that happening, he was losing to the 10 kicker. But because aces and fours with a queen, the board pairing saved him from losing a good chunk of his stack there. As it turns out, with ace 10, Buenos was also calling loose. Or also hit the ace. I could see why he took his time to make a decision there, deciding whether or not he had a queen or not in his hand. But players at this level don't fold aces, so... 6-5 suited. Isn't within our tag range, but we are on the big blind. And if this doesn't get pre-X'd, we might have some value in calling this. Sure. Okay, queen, queen, deuce. We got backdraw straight and flushes against a very loose min-raising Buenos. Now, if those were both spades, I would call and proceed in this hand. Implied odds might be favourable. If we think of, can we hit our straight or flush against someone who might be playing with ace high, I might call here. Just take one card off. Implied odds gives us a chance, but now we have no chance, and we're going to fold to his king high. There's no need to complicate things further at this point. I think I was going off implied odds there, thinking, well, if I hit like another spade card on a straight card, and he has like a queen or a small, medium pairish, I could make some money off of it. I knew I was behind, but in that situation I was thinking, what if I hit runner, and then take some chips? Sometimes you gotta do that, and when else gave me just enough rope to try it, at least once. So he got one extra street of value, but no more. No need to really do anything other than that. At the early stage of this kind of game, it's worth occasionally taking that kind of punt, since, you know, I only had to pay 33 from the big blind extra. It was a min raise, so it didn't put me off. Basically, if I hit against him, I'm probably winning. Simple as that. Hey. Not getting much to work with tonight so far. Even though we have the button there, King 10 suddenly wasn't looking all that great. Suited, however, would be in our calling range. Hey, Sayok. Disco Elysium is very hard. How's your evening going? I've actually heard the opposite. I heard that Disco Elysium is supposed to be quite easy, but it's got such a depth of dialogue to it that it's still quite a good game. Well, we'd have hit a straight on the river, but spades. Also, well, actually no, we would have hit the straight, but not, you know, flush, only a flush beats us. Probably wouldn't have worried about the flush, but you never know. Some time delay here. Is he trying to rep, but he doesn't have the flush, trying to get a crying call from a bigger stack? Nope, just takes his time. Now what does Odeus do? Oh, turns out the answer is not much. All that to check with A's hand. Okay, well, as I said, pre-flop I'm behind to ace 10 with king 10, so that was a good decision. Now we can see the cards anyway. But yeah, from what I've seen, Disco Elysium, I think it's been compared to like Planescape Torment for its depth of dialogue that it has. The crazy, ridiculous levels of depth that game has in its writing. More time bank delays. What's that about? I can't tell with some of these players whether these time banks are them genuinely trying to make a decision, or some kind of weird deception, or whether they're just getting distracted. Because they're sometimes doing that on a very simple decision, and they just take like 20 seconds extra to then make a call. Guess we'll never know. Am I gonna get one hand I can open with here? Am I gonna have to start getting creative? Mind, if I get creative, I'll probably run into a good hand, because there are players here who aren't messing around, you see. That's kind of the problem. I could start playing looser against the tights, but there's plenty of loose players as well. So we're kind of stuck in the middle, having to play spots. Sticking to our strategy, we'll pick up a hand eventually, I'm sure. Something that we can play with in our range. Hopefully. Well, if that puts a 4 card straight on the board with a 3. Ace 3 would be an odd hand to have right now. Given the small raises, it won't be entirely out of the question that one of these players has Ace 3. close. Aha. Oh, as a set. A7 suited. What did the other guy have? He had top pair, and then called there, and then they checked? The person with the trips checks. Must have been scared of a straight. I guess Akuma got his showdown value there. This him Dorothy seems very talkative. Flopped the set and got paid off. Is it possible that we're going to get down to 3 tables without even playing a hand, really? Except for that value call on the very crappy suited connector earlier? I'm afraid to say, but this is what poker's like sometimes. It's not all action. I wish you'd be trying to play with disciplined sensibility anyway. You have to fold a lot of your hands and pick your spots carefully. Since I'm not playing the looser style, that's not really my natural play style anyway. I like to pick spots with some precision. I can play looser, but only when it's suitable. We're gonna need to get a hand at some point, right? Still, no immediate need to panic. We have 25 big blinds. At this stage, we can wait. Wait for our moment. Just remember not to 3x King Jack when it's short stack mode, when all wins are common. I have a feeling though, in this table's case, we might actually not get that crazy play quite as so much. Which means we might be getting a tougher game on this table as well, because players are actually somewhat thinking a bit in this early stage. Maybe I could try a different tactic against the 2 of these guys. Maybe. And tries to bluff on the river, didn't work. Calls with a king deuce. Player tries to bluff him off. Jack 8 didn't work. Didn't think about that call really. He just had a pair of kings and was happy with it. Oh god, I'm getting value and position on this player. Nah. That hand isn't really good. Even for a 50 call with value, it's just, ugh. What can I say? If it was suited, I might have called there, but not when it's offsuit and that 2-star stretched. It wasn't worth it for 50 extra. It will appear that I'm playing very tight right now, but the truth is I've had nothing to work with at all. Oh, finally, a hand I can actually play. Ace 10 suited and on the button. This is a good spot, he thinks. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna re-raise it to 3x since we have the bottom position. Maybe try and fold some weaker aces, stuff like that. Our stack sizes aren't too indifferent. Oh boy. Well, if there's a flop that says you might bust a pair of queens here, this is the flop. I think at this point we have to jam. If he has a queen, okay, fine. That's fine too. If he has a queen, he calls and we just gamble on hitting our flush, I think. But he immediately mucks. Great. So that'll do. We managed to get our value in pre-flop there with the... Surprisingly, even though that's my first big decision of the hand, he's actually called for an extra 250 there. So we just made our value. Why not? No point in underplaying it, and because our stack doesn't leave for much with a pot of 817, it was... Nah, there was no point there. Just jam. If he has a queen, he calls. If he has an overpair, he calls. We could still hit an ace if it's needed, or we just hit the nut flush. I think that was the right decision. And we call back some much needed chips. Keep us afloat a little bit. We'd have faced a decision if he decided to re-raise our 3x there, though, and go all in or something. That might have been a bit tougher. Although I suspect if he had a really good hand, he was probably jamming there pretty hard. And then we would have had a tough decision to make. Gamble on ace-10 suited, or fold and wait for a better spot. Anywho. Ah, break time. Almost down to 3 tables too. Are we going to get down to 3 tables before the end of the break? Will one more player tumble out to give us 3 tables for the start of play? Yes! It looks like we will be down to 3 tables after the first break. Very nice. We're down to 27 players exactly. Oh wow. Hydra Raptor has 11,000 chips. That is a monster stack at this point. I think they're going to do fine. We are 15th out of 27. The shortest stack is 606. So, not a bad start so far, considering we didn't have much, but then in one hand we managed to take a good pot. And here we are. So we've been dealt 24 hands, 2 out of 24. Not played a lot, 1 big blind, 1 other positions, and we've won our 1 pawn showdown. It's been a very tight and quiet game, but we're here. We are here. Oh wow, we got 2 viewers, apparently, according to the Twitch feed. Wah! I've only got 2 viewers and I've lost a follower. Oh well. Maybe I was wrong about my assumption earlier. I guess playing poker didn't suddenly raise up the viewers a bit. Oh well. I just wanted to play anyway. Gotta keep the practice coming. You know? Gotta keep the practice coming. Because who knows, one day this practice may well pay off and lead to well, you know, some bigger games. Although if I start playing like actual big games, I'm probably going to have to put a time delay on the stream to prevent ghosting. I don't think anyone cares at $1 level though. At least I'd like to think not, anyway. We'll see. We will see. Don't really... So, I am planning on doing... I think I might do my new sweepstake tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Thursday night. Again, to get it done at the start of the festive period. You know. got a few things to talk about as well, obviously. And it is the festive month, so, you know. Got one or two plans for that period in terms of the games I'm going to play, WODs and whatnot. Gonna be quite busy with things. Be a good month, you know. Will be a good month. Oh, please tell me I'll get some kind of dirt. Ow. No, OBS, don't derp on me. Please. Don't do it. Don't do it. So who has joined us on this table then? After the before the break, we're being joined by Corypheus962 from Brazil, and Nubagavi, also from Brazil. This player is sitting out as well. So now we've got quite a few 1,000-ish stacks. At some point this table is going to get quite Lotto Poker-esque, I suspect. But not for a little bit, I would imagine. Then again, they might start jamming early, we'll see. We'll have to see how it plays out. So we're in about an average position at the moment, and we will see how it proceeds. To the one other person watching me at the moment, whoever that is, Pharos or whoever. Whoever that one loyal viewer is, I praise you for being around at the moment. Hopefully I can do you some justify your time expenditure by maybe getting a cash in this game. My first $1 cash would be nice. See how it goes, of course. Quick fold. Got players sitting out, I guess. Wait, did sitting out meant that he missed a blind or a hand there or something? He wasn't even dealt cards. I made this auto folded or something. It didn't feel like he was dealt cards while I was sitting out. Maybe it's something that happens if you sit out in one of these games. You choose to sit out. My LBS is starting to occasionally derp. I really hope this doesn't lead to anything bad as we proceed. It's only slightly though, so we should be okay, I think. Robert's down to a not much at this point, but decides to check. We're looking for a value bet here of about 400 maybe. Try and get the shorter stats. No, just decides to check. They both had an ace. I guess O'Cramo didn't hit and just gave up. Figured his opponent wasn't going to bet any further and was just playing for It looked like he might have considered a bet there to try and get him off, but he must have figured the showdown value was good with his ace high. And I guess he was right. I guess if he had anything, he'd have bet earlier or something, given stack size. Hey, Bofers, how you doing? Good to see you tonight. You've not missed too much in the poker so far. We have had not much, except for one hand, where we took a decent pot. And we're already down to 3 tables after about... I think about 20-25 minutes of play. So... yeah, this stand's going to be huge, but not for me. Not with that all in. King versus Queen. Oh, hit Queen hits. Okay, it's the Cowboys. Good hand. But you were right, it was a big hand for this guy on the short stack. He now gets doubles up. And I'm going to fold there because King 7's not really a great hand to defend with. So how's your evening been, Bofers? Has Tuesday treated you well? Nice to have someone to chat with. Looks like Tim Doherty has exited the game for a while. Hopefully they'll be back. Oh, looks like they've just returned. He was playing the Hunter. What's that? Queen 10... off suit though. In a decent position with the cutoff, but off suit unfortunately. Oh. That makes me sound like an idiot. What is the game called The Hunter about? It's about hunting. As I said before in previous hands, same situation, it's not suited. Suited we can call that. Wait. Would have folded there though to the all-in from Coryphea. Must be the Pocket 10 special or something. Both have the stack sizes to call. If they want to. Oh, Ace Queen, okay. That's the other type of hand they like to do that with. Maybe not a bad play for Ace Queen there, but that type of play when they shove with that kind of hand, they basically are playing a hand they don't want to do any sort of subtle things with. It always seems to be medium pairs or ace X. Like, I'm just going to win with my ace high. Please don't make me play flopsies or something. Although being short-ish stacked as well, and not in the worst spot to do that anyway. Kings versus ace 10. Oh, hits his 10 on the river. That is lucky. Kings get cracked. He throws a pineapple or crimo. Okay. Oh, you have Epic Game Store, huh? I'm not bothered with Epic Game Store. Mostly just because I don't have time. I don't really have a problem with getting... I'm not short of games to play for both. And besides, Fall Guys just hit Season 6. So at some point I'm going to be playing some Fall Guys again for a bit to see the new season content. It's about the only seasonal game I play these days, so you might get some Fall Guys filler off me once or twice. Maybe. I need to see what the Season 6 stuff is like. Now that it's arrived. All in. Nope. be getting up to 80. Yeah, we have about 17 big blinds left, 18 big blinds, so we're still okay at this point. But we need to start putting our stack. Please, can we not go card dead for another 20 minutes? Can we please get a hand at it? Please? I would like that very much. I'd like to not go card dead until I have like 1,000 below or something. I'd like to score the stack up now, if possible. Yeah, I believe Epic do offer a lot of free games. I just literally do not have the time for more service browser providers sort of thing. That being said, I do have the Epic Games Launcher actually installed at the moment. Wow, we got a walk. Hey, walk with King 5, I'm not complaining. I wasn't expecting to get a walk there. Perhaps they figure I'm going to be rather tight at this point. They're probably thinking, oh, he's going to go all in with anything. No, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be donking it off with this many big points left. Fear the rock. He's not got a time bank to play with, so he's gonna jam again. Don't want to be wasting that time bank too casually at a fort, honestly. Ace-8 offsuit on the button, not greatest. Keep in mind this is a player who has been shown to be raising with decent hands, even though it's a min raise. That being said, it also has been shown to do that with fucking picture card small connector. Hold on a second. They don't have any time bank left now because of that. Yeah, without time bank. Ooh, this is gonna be a jam, I think. Well, you could call and not jam. Seems to have, well, the 3x was met with a min. That was a min raise. I think Tim has the goods here. Corinthia needs to be careful not to jam. I think Tim's snapping here with aces of kings. That is a good board for aces of kings. And especially if you really don't want any further participation. Didn't go all in either. Didn't want it to look fishy. He literally bet nearly all. I definitely think he had aces of kings there. Maybe queens. Either way, he sees 3 undercards and thinks, nope, this hand ends now before your draws come in. I mean, the only time I was a bit begrudging with Epic Game Store was when there was a game that was coming out last year called Maneater, which was a game I was interested in at the time, the Shark RPG from Tripwire, which I was looking forward to getting on the Steam store, but then it was an Epic exclusive for a while. I was a little bit annoyed at that for some reason, but I've not actually played the game since. Ace-4 versus Ace-Queen. A desperate ace, gone. Maneater is available on Steam now, but I haven't actually bothered to play it. As I said, I've just got too many other games to get on with and play, you know. I still got my list to do. Well, for the moment we are 7-handed. Still not getting anything to work with. But again, we are not in a bad spot where we can't wait out a bit. Just a little bit. Well, it is 5 until we move on. Well, it will be 5 more players until the next full ring of tables, so playing 7-handed might have its advantages for a bit. We'll see. Just genuinely had very little to play with here. Ace-10 has been our best hand all night at this point. That wasn't suited, so we can't play it. Suited, we can call there and hope not to get jammed. That being said, I suppose I should be wary of this player being short. Yeah, well, I guess we'd have lost 80 chips there. Plenty of... Yep, and it looks like Face Axe is going to get the duel. Oh, bad time to run into aces. Not much you can do there. He was short stacked. He ran into aces. Tim keeps throwing pineapples. Ah, this is a callable hand too, but oof. I don't know if I want to fucking call this, even though we're out of position as well. And that's a 3x. In a hand that perhaps suits a slightly less call. It's 116 to 320, but we're out of position against a player who is pretty much shown to be tight as fuck at this point. I'm not messing with this guy. This player is literally just waiting for... is playing probably similar to us. And hey, looks like Hydroraptor lost their 12k stack somehow from earlier. That's interesting. Yeah, if Okumo is in a hand pretty big, I think it's safe to say credit is due. Meanwhile, we have kings. And we're going to make it a 3x to 560. Put the pressure back. Maybe he jams. Decides to call. We're gonna call that. If you hit a set, you hit a set. Okay, straight draw. Yes. Nice. Not a bad call for a straight draw, I guess. Took a gamble. At least he had something to flip with. Hey, Mike. You've joined just at a good time. We've just faded a straight. Excellent. And because we played only kings there and showed it, that will give our image a bit of credit too for later. I'm a bit surprised he decided to recall there, but I guess he figures... Nah, who the fuck am I kidding? He just figures, I have a draw, if I hit it against the overpair, I win. But it was only 20... I think he said it was around 25% equity there. So, was a gamble, which didn't pay off, thankfully. And now we're in a much better position. Not suited, so we can fold. Excellent, I found a player who likes to chase draws. Lovely. Oh. The nines? That means how many real money hands they've played. I still have not researched this. I think it means they've either played that many hands in real money games, whether they fold or not, or whether it means the amount of hands they get involved with. I don't know. Like, I talk about hands as in they don't fold the hands, that they actually play. I don't know. It could just mean they just played that many tables that have accumulated 500,000 things. Keep in mind that a lot of people who play poker do multi-table, which is something I might try at some point myself. If I was to ever build up a decent bankroll, I could experiment with trying to play 2 tables at the same time. But I like to play one at a time. I struggle with RTS games enough as it is. I don't know if I can handle 2 tables, but... So, as impressive as it sounds, it could just mean they're playing Slade for so long. It doesn't mean... It doesn't... In other words, it doesn't necessarily mean they're any good. It could just mean they've played a hell of a lot. But maybe they still suck. At one point, Hydra before the break had 12,000 chips. He was an overwhelming monster on the biggest stack of the tournament by some margin. Looks like since coming here, they've actually lost nearly half of it. Must have taken a bad beat somewhere. But still in an excellent spot on 6,800, even though they are bleeding off a bit. And we're not getting ridiculous play tonight either. We're actually getting some sensible poker at times here. So, no complete idiots. Yet. Except for a guy who recalls a shove for Jack Queen, but hey, we milked them. Good shit. So yeah, obviously it goes up by pairs depending on more. So in this case, the 7 means 100,000, 8 means 250, 500,000. There is a million, 5 million. I've seen queens, which I think is 5 million real money hands. I can only assume there's kings and aces, but I've never seen that yet. I didn't even realize it went past a million, to be honest. Also, we missed that flop. Don't really have much to go off. I mean, Tim has been playing weird pairs, but I give credit if he is betting he has at least top pair. But maybe his kicker sucks sometimes. But nevertheless, he is betting with top pair most likely. Now 8-7 suited is in our range, but the player who raised it, out of position to 2 players who are known for being. Akrumo is definitely not messing around. If this player raises, I need to be very cautious. They're getting some good hands too, but they are playing tight, I think. No stupidity from this one. This player is sort of playing tight-ish, but... well, that's an interesting card. Someone has ace-king here, they could call for a bolt. Depends if they value the flush of the other or not. Nice to fold. Fair enough. And as expected, even though they are not under pressure to really need to go all in, they're going all in a lot with any medium pair or ace X to try and double up quickly. The way I've seen it happen so often, it's gotta be a deliberate strat. It just has to be. It must be a gambling loose strat or something. Like if you have at micro stakes, if you just have maybe just over 10 bigs, you just jam with any ace X, jam with any medium pair, hope people call you, and then just flip for a double up. And if you get it, you get it. And if you don't, you don't. It could be the kind of strategy that people play at the multi-tabling, just like, fuck it, all in. If I lose, I don't care. Which means, effectively, if I'm calling that player, I either have to be prepared to take a flip, or have a good pair against them. But not necessarily a super good pair. It could just be like jacks, I might call it, because there's a good chance that they have ace X, or have something like 10s or 9s, or 8s or 7s. It's basically a sign of strategy that seems to be that and typically it is from Brazilian players, that's why I'm saying that. Not always, of course, but usually. It seems to be hands they just don't want to play after the flop. They don't want to play medium pairs after the flop. They don't want to play ace X after the flop. They just want to get it all in, go to Gamble Town, win, win, lose, lose. No complications. Which is exploitable. I can just bid it. I can just literally wait for the big hand, call them, and they go home. I definitely got burned the last time I did that, though, when I had ace-queen. But given the range, it wasn't a bad call. I just lost the flip, is all. They're essentially the kind of players you have to win the flips against because they're all over the place, it seems. So at this point, we're not getting anything for a bit, but because of our big win earlier with the kings, we don't have to panic. We are 22 big blinds, essentially, at this point. I think about 22 big blinds. And we're very close to 2 tables. So, how's your evening been anyway, Mike? Has Tuesday treated you well as well? Been alright. Yeah. About the same here, really. Work was okay. Got a few kids off due to various reasons. It's been a bit quieter. Gym was fine. I made some good progress in the letter earlier, and I'm going to try and get to the final table tonight if we can. Since we came 10th yesterday on a very short stack, our position is a little different tonight. Although, oh, shows an ace. Old Stide Raptor. Yeah, it was a bit of a weird game. We were on short stack for a while. We doubled up a few times, but we just need to keep doubling up. The crazy thing about that game was that there were several players with massive chip stacks. And in the space of a few hands, they just went to war with each other and knocked themselves out. And so I went from like 15th or 16th to like 10th in about 10 or 15 minutes at one point. Players just went oof, all sorts really. Okay, we flop a nut flush draw. Might call one bet here. Granted, we do have a player to act ahead of us, but we're getting quite odds for a flush draw, and we miss. That's unlucky, but we don't have to pay any extra. We'll need to sort of try any bluffs here or get tricky. We missed our flush. That's all there is to it. Nothing wrong with that. Didn't pay much. Hydra Raptor didn't really charge that much for us to draw there, so it was an easy card to peel off there on the river. Very obvious hand, sure, but there's no need for complications. Yeah, I don't think there's any like betting there. Could have bet on the flop maybe, but I was happy with the line I took. Since I was in the middle. If I was in Hydra's position in that hand, I might have considered a small bet just to see what the deal was on the flop, but we weren't, so. Anyway, we're down to 2 tables. So that's good. We've made the 2 table mark again. Not bad. And we're being joined by Max Born Holt from Brazil and Tourist 0974 from Belarus, who apparently didn't get the memo that Halloween ended a whole month ago. In fact, it's December. In a few hours. Ooh, hey, here we go. Here we go for the chop. Ooh. Hydra Raptor seemed to underestimate the possibility of someone having a better hand than the 2-pair there, and got punished hard. I mean, that was a bidding war. What did you think they had? I could only assume Hydra Raptor for, even if they have the straight there. I could hit a boat. I think if I had 2-pair there and the guy is re-raising me, I might have just not gone all in. Considering they've only just joined the table additionally, you don't have any information on him. Unless he played him in a previous hand on another table, maybe. Either way, Hydra Raptor has been going from like 12,000. He's still bleeding chips quite a bit. Hydra Raptor cannot catch a break. They're being rammed quite a bit. And Tourist gets max value off them as well. Alright. Can we get past one more table? We're 12 out of 18 at the moment. So we're gonna need to get to about 4,000 or 5,000 chips, I think. All relying a ton of aggression from other players. Oh boy. Oh, he had aces again? This player, man, he gets aces. That's the second time he's had aces. Jeez. Crimo's running fucking good. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty stupid, but Crimo has had aces twice. They've generally been playing quite tight, actually. They just literally had players dong into them when they've had the fucking best hand. So I don't think it's running good, it's more a case of... Oh. And another player goes out. Yeah. I want to check something on that previous hand, if I may, since I'm folding this one, obviously. I want to check how a Crimo played that. I just want to check, because I might need to be wary if I have him up in a hand against him. I've only given him a lot of respect. He raises it to 980. Okay, so he basically raised it significantly high. Got a value call. Alright, so basically this guy raises. Do not bet into them. King 7 takes over Jack Queen. Bit of desperation from Buenos, but and we're at that stage of the game-ish where I'm going to have to pick a hand. Just above 10 big blinds. I think we have about 12 or 13 at this point. But unfortunately, we're at that all-in phase again, due to our stack size dwindling off pretty quickly. But plenty of time to make that decision, I guess. This has learned from last time not to go with King Jack unless we're willing to commit. Yeah, we're in lotto mode. Draw those lotto wheels. Get the spinners. It's the all-in luck fest. On the plus side, if people just keep knocking each other out, this will be a very... Oh, it's a split. Yeah, split pot. About the same hand. Take your money back. Pineapples. Oh, I seem to have ignored Custom K. Sorry, from the Ukraine over there. Unless they just appeared recently. Actually, I think they appeared recently. Because of the table shifting a bit. 15 remaining. We're doing good. We're getting down to... Starting to get down to the nitty-gritty. But in a really bad position to continue. You know, if I want to get to the final table, I need to double up at least once. That might be enough. But we're going to need it. Double up once, or we're going to need some real aggression like last night to occur again. Which, honestly, on this table, I might not be surprised if it happens. Aggression is high. We are seeing quite a bit of aggression on this table. So essentially, I'm going to be all in with whatever good hand materializes. There aren't really that many moves left. I'm going to... But we will be patient. We will pick our spots. If we double up, we go up to about 3.5. Maybe calling a value if it's low. But aggression seems high on this table now. Ish. Tim is reeling in the... Calls there. Interesting. Pot's quite big. Sensible betting coming out. Guess Buenos was drawing and didn't connect. Tim Boy had it the whole way, judging by the way they were betting there. I mean, they might play the top pairs of weak kickers occasionally, but they do seem to bet appropriately sensibly enough. So another one to keep an eye on, I think. Albeit, perhaps give less credit to some of their hands. Me and Buenos are going to have to go all in when we can at this point. So it's patience time again, unfortunately, until we get a hand we can commit with a bit. I figure actually, considering we very rarely have played a hand at this table, a all-in might get a lot of credit as well in this game. The one player I would not want to see call is this guy, unless I have aces. Honestly, I could have kings and he'll probably have aces again. It must feel good when you play... I was about to say it must feel good when you play Titan players just bet into you, but when I won a micro stakes game where I just did that, I had the good hand and just bet into me. That's why you play the tag strategy. They come to you with their silly hands and you just call and you just take their chips off them. Well, obviously, the downside is that you have to be very disciplined and very patient to get those cards that you need. As a flush. I think Tim said he had the freeze. Not a full house, I guess he indicated. Wasn't in the hand, though. Yeah, now we need to start worrying a little bit. We dodged the 200 big blind, but we're in trouble here. We are about to fall under 10 big blinds for the first time in this game, after the blind levels go up. So now we're gonna need a hand soon. Please show up. Soonish. No ways, okay. No ways. Wow, a walk. Maybe not the worst idea, actually. You know, if you have gotten anything in the player's short stack, you figure they're going to go in at some point. So that's not the worst decision. Queen 10... Nope, not a fucking chance against a guy who jams. Thank you for proving my point. Yeah, 13 left. Look at that, Queen 8. What the fuck are you doing? This time, the cookie jar has closed. That was a stupid desperation call there. And Hydra must feel relieved. They finally won a hand, I think. And took out the that loose player. Down to 12. Oh, we're 5 max. We're 5 max. Time to switch up to 6 max chart. 11. Oh, crap. We're in a very similar position to last night, except we have a bit more chips to play with. We're on a 5 max table, we're short stack, and we're desperately begging to get a good hand. I might start playing a little slower to burn clock time-ish, because the orbit's going to really kill me. Oh my god, we might at least be able to match our 10th place finish of last night. But can we get over the line? We need to see some aggression, and the sad news is I think all the aggressive players have left the table. I don't think we're going to see anything too daft here from this lot. I mean, from what I've seen of these players, they are not stupid. Unless they have something. So who knows, it might take a cooler between some of them. Primo is considering a call between he's definitely considering something here. Sides against it. But they had some thoughts there. They were probably thinking, I'm going to They're probably thinking, do I really want to give away this many chips when there's a short stack on the table? Definitely would play into their hands at this point. They're essentially going to be waiting to bust me out so they can continue. I'm not at liberty to give them an easy out, though. Oh, Hydroraptor has returned. They're just gonna fucking wait until I go out. They have so much big chip stacks at this point, they don't have to do anything except wait. So at this point, I need a fucking hand, and soon. I'm gonna wait one more orbit, but I'm gonna have to pick a hand at some point. This can't continue much longer, unfortunately. I'm gonna check the other lobby real quick. What are the stack sizes there? 2.7, 3, 3.9. There's not anything too lower above mine, but jeez, can we please not go card dead now? I mean, an all-in bluff might work, but more than likely, given this field of players, I'm not getting called by weaker that often. I literally just have to pick the first half-decent hand and gamble on it. There's nothing else to it. This is not it, though. A bit higher in suited than maybe I would. But oi, oi, oi. We're in the same position as last night. Again, I did not think we would be this grim again. At least this time we... Ugh. You get a walk? Nope. No more walks for me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Am I really doing this with Ace 5 flag? Do I really have to do this with Ace 5 flag? This fucking sucks. No. I really would like to, but no. I don't want to do it. Suited, I would. If I was suited, it's an instant all-in. Okay, we'd have missed. Good fold. Good fold. That was so tempting, but we just gotta be patient. Come on. At least have one other player go out, so if I do bust out, I'm gonna match my 10th place squad or something. No, I don't think so. They weren't going all in, they were min raising. They'd probably have something. Wasn't too happy with that. Hydroraptor has got themselves back into this game. This sucks. I hate playing this kind of poker. It's literally just, can I please get a good hand so I can double up and stay around for another few turns? I was just hoping that I would not be this card dead at this point. And I'm playing with a slightly looser range too. I am waiting for something within the range and nothing has come up. And literally just like, can I please just catch a fucking hand? This'll have to do. I don't have much else going for it. It's an ace high. Let's hope we don't run into a Krama who has aces again, or some better ace. A Krama has to call with any two cards. Maybe. You know what? I'll take that. I will take that. Ah, tight rep. Finally giving us an edge. We're probably ahead anyway, but fuck it. We've got a free walk. Don't want to do that too often though, because when these players do call, they are going to have something good. Here's another good spot. Now, if a Krama raise, nah, we're going to have to jam here as well. This is an actual hand. At some point, I will be locked up, and that is now, it seems. Hey, give me some presents. Yes, dominated ace, and we hit a 10. Do not. Oh, I fucking thought you hit the flush straight there. There we go, baby. Finally. Don't blame for the goal. At this point, he had the stack to do it. Nice. Yeah, that's a fine call. Ace 8. You have the stack to do it. You know, you gotta. Players like that have to take a shot. They were on low chips as well, and it was the second hand in a row. I wouldn't have done that though, but I can understand. You know, someone's got to lock them up. And what they did to see when I looked them up? Ace 10. I won't be trying that again. The only thing that sucks, though, is that this is a table of, well, relatively sinking players. So we're not going to see any fast eliminations at this point. Yeah. Which is a nice change, honestly. It's nice to see a table full of different players to play against. It also means our tight image gets some credit, which helps. So we are very much still in the same position, but now we have more time. But the blinds are going to start eating away at their things too. Aggression levels will remain high. All we can do is just buy some time. Hydro Raptor has dug themselves out of the hole they were in earlier. Keep in mind this play was 12k after the first break. They were so far ahead of the field. They bled off 2/3 but have come back nicely. I'm not really in the mood for playing small pocket pairs at this point, actually. Especially not under the gun. I am going to be sticking to an all-in mentality until we get... Wow, Hydro Raptor went all-in. Given that Yeah, I think we're going to be playing all-in poker for another level yet. I don't think we should deviate from that strategy at this point. We need to double up again. So... yeah... not going to play value there. Unfortunately, due to the blinds going up and the fact that it's 5 max, blinds come round quickly. And now Hydra is short-stacked. And has proven they're happy to go all in at this stage, so... unfortunately, all we've done in the Ace 10 was had some time to the clock. We haven't improved our position yet. But hey, at least we've given some time. Oh, here we go. Ooh, an ace. Oh. Oh. 9's hold. Very nice. I actually had a straight there. Damn it. Not suited. Suited, maybe I can jam there for some value. This is so frustrating. No one is going out. For fuck's sake. No one is getting... come on. At least take this down to 10. What can I... if I get on the final table, it's going to be a squeak. A massive squeak at this point. We're down to 8.5 big blinds at this point. We need to see some eliminations or a big hand soon. Can we get over the line? Can we do it? I can only assume the other table is very similar to this at this point. They're aware the final table bubble is coming up, and they're not willing to do anything stupid. The only difference is the other table probably doesn't have a short stack on it. Well, I guess they kind of do, actually. King, queen off on the big blind. Can we get a cheap flop? Yes, we'll take it. If it was suited, I'd raise, but I don't want to raise there. This is not a hand I'm going to commit with at this point. are better spots I'm sure I can wait for. Innocuous board and a very min... That's like a test of it. Seeing if anyone has something. Alright. I can't afford to be doing calls, unfortunately. Oh, somebody is testing me something poker related, which I'm not really interested in. Completely missed the flop and a massive... Ooh. Oh, 8-6, trip 8s. Nice. And your raptor is staking around. What did Tim have in that hand? Queen 9. What the hell do they call? I guess he was trying to bluff the river, but unfortunately he hit the one card. He might have followed the river there if he did his trips, to be fair, but... So perhaps a bit unlucky on Tim's part to choose the wrong spot to attempt a bluff. Oh, this is painful. This is so painful. I'm not even seeing a hint of somebody. Tim hits his jack on the river. Gonna have to go all in. It's ace soft, but, you know... Okay, we're ahead pre. Come on. Bam! Yes! No straights. Nice. That was a bit of a sweat there, though. Oh, okay. That was cool. That was actually in our tag range. 4-6 max and under. So that was a perfectly legit all-in for the strategy chart, and we got called by a queen. King, queen. Suited? Suited? Well, that's suited. Yeah, that wasn't a bad call considering, I guess. Suited, but cool. Excellent. A nice double up again. On the full ring, we wouldn't be playing ace 10 suited. Actually, if we were short stacked, I probably would, but now things will get even tighter. Look at the chip sizes. There's no short stack anymore. We are all about even-ish, barring Tim's position. I really wish that other table would lose a fucking player already. This is getting to be quite torturous now, a little bit. Can someone please just go out, so we can get to 10 at least? I'm still the shortest stack on this table, but we've bought more time again. Let's check the lobby. The shorter, there's two shorter stacks. One is Robert Crunch, who is 1.8, and the other is a 3K stack. Blinds are going to start eating away at people's patience, though. Mine included, obviously. But at some point, someone has to fucking shove! No. That is a playable hand, but I don't like the, well, I've got this player right behind. I didn't fancy it there. I just didn't. Even for a min raise, just didn't fancy that call there. Really. Essentially, at this stage, if I'm in a hand, I am ready to commit all in. I don't really want to value play anything. I don't want to be playing small pots. I am aware, because one long slip up and I'm on the very short stack and we go home. So we have to be treading carefully when we commit to a hand now. I don't really want to slip up too lightly at this point, if I'm honest. Player was that was, it was only Queen Eye. Players to act behind, of course. Whoa. I think that's the first time he's done that pre-flop. If they're starting to pull that shit, then the blinds are starting to get... That is the first time that player has done that all game, as far as I've seen. And they've been sat with me for, I think, the whole game. So clearly they could have been trying to reverse trap there, but they're doing it to the wrong. You might have got a call against that maniac over here earlier, but it didn't work there. Oh god, this is so... Ugh. We're all just waiting for the nuts, it seems. We'll have a break in a minute. With 11 players left. Gotta start seeing some good hands, and again, here we go. We are short stacking down. What can I do? If I don't get a hand I can commit with, I can't play it. Simple as that. Wow, I see a flop with 7 deuce. And don't really get anything on the flop to work with in a semi-bluff capacity even. Oh, we actually are on the break at this point. No need to do anything stupid here. We've made it to the second break of the game. In a very precarious position. Still. But at least we're still on the table. Okay. Right. This is... Well... There's 11 players left. We are the 9th player. This is 9th of 11. The shortest... Well, actually, it looks like we're supposed to be 10 of 11. But there's quite a few of us who are around this free 2K stack. The biggest player on the table is called Fuzzmuff. There's not a massive chip. There's not like a huge, massive 20k stacker at this point. Chips are kind of a nice balance. I think everyone's just playing Found Table Bubble mode at this point, and it's gonna mean, well, we can't rely on aggression. All the loose aggressive players have been eliminated. I think what remains are the good ones, which means we are gonna need to get some good hands to stick around this tournament. It is awkward, but not impossible. So in terms of some stats, 112 hands dealt. We've only seen... Holy crap. We've only seen the flop 9 out of 112 times. One of our tighter games, honestly. But we're still in. 1 out of 17 on small, 6 out of 18 on the big blind, making up a third of our play. 2 out of 77 other positions. We've won all 3 showdown pots and 4 without, including some walks. Mainly those are walks, but we've won all 3 of our showdowns when we've had to. We may need to win at least another 1 or 2 to stick around. This essentially is going to continue until the blinds get so high that players just start jamming with a wider range. So, you know, luckily so far we have been ahead on every all-in. On all 3 of our all-ins that we've had to win at Showdown, we've been ahead every time. As long as that continues, we have a chance. So, unfortunately, the strategy isn't going to change too much. We're still just looking for the all-in spot. Once we get to the final table, maybe we can try and play some not all-in poker, but I don't know. We finished 10th yesterday. Can we at least match it? Or do one better? I'd like to make the final table at least, even if I go out 9th. But it's going to be close. It's not the typical field of a few players remaining. We are actually playing against cautious thinking players, which does give us some advantages and some disadvantages. I certainly don't think I'm going to try and bluff them. I don't really have the stack to try anything like that. But we're in a sticky spot here. It might have been slightly more nice to be on the other table with 6 people. Then the orbits don't come round as much. But on a 5 max table, we're getting the blinds shoved in our faces a turn quicker. So essentially, we need some fucking cards, and we need them again soon, or else we're just going to get blinded out of the tournament. So here we go, round 3. Can I double up again? Even if I double up again, will it be enough? I don't know. We could be playing all-in poker for another 20 minutes if no one else wants to really. I figure the blinds are probably going to sweep a few players out soon, maybe myself included. But I guess other than that, I don't think we've done anything too bad tonight, really. We've just not had much to play with, but when we have, we've gotten in good. Maybe a bit too tight early on, but I don't think we've made any big mistakes, is my point. I think we've been doing just fine. Tight, yes, but we're still here. Had we chosen a weaker spot early, you'd have been off watching some other Doom streamer by now. But instead, you're here. I'd like to at least match my 10th, if possible. Well, Cromwell is considering a move here. I have no intentions of going all in and idly, though. I can still wait a bit longer. Wow, looks like Tim has decided to sit out for a bit. I think they'll be back though. They probably just took a break. I don't think they're the type that's going to sit out until the final table is reached. They'll probably just be back shortly. Might lose a few blinds though in the process. We are now the shortest stack in the game. It looks like the other guy on the other table doubled up. We're gonna have to do the same. Oh man. My patience is being tested here a little bit. Low bet. Min bet on the king. Gets. Wow. Someone might have a full house here. Might be chopping this one. Unless someone has been swell playing. Yeah, 3 kings. One after the other. Absolutely could be possible, yeah, the 4th. But. I wish this was suited again. It isn't. So therefore I can't really shop with this at the moment. Tim is back. Tim is back indeed. I don't want to really risk doing too many ace X jams when it's not like at least an ace 10 or something. Unfortunately. Yeah, I figured Tim would be back. Well, I guess that jack hits somebody. Yeah. Keep in mind also that Hydro Raptor has been shown to call with King Queen. They are willing to play. Oh wow, I'd have been ahead. mind you, if I'd gone all in with ace 9, custom K could have arguably called there and I'd have been out, actually. If played as intended. They'd have hit a jack. So, in hindsight, that was a good fold. God, why can't these be suited? Again. That has been a rare move from Macramo. But the Steins are starting to get significant now. They can't play too tight anymore either. This is where we're going to see some bloodshed pretty quickly. And this is where I need to catch a fucking hand. Because I'm running out of time. I'm down to 5 big blinds here. So this is going to be a race to get the best hand and hope it holds a few times. But the bloodshed is going to start coming out a bit now. I mean, I'm not the only one holding these people back from a final table exit. Birth. There's 2 players left there. At some point, something's got to give with the others. They can't just wait for me. Even if they kill me off, they got to knock someone else out too. Just need one hand to turn it around. And stick around. But I can't wait too long either. I have to pick the best opportunity. Oh, we're on big blind. Oh, goody. What an absolute piece of shit that is. 10 deuce. Wow. I could really fucking call with that. Plug and check. Guess that counts. Kind of surprised at the generosity of even being allowed to check that, but I can understand players don't want to risk losing chips here a bit. Oh, an all-in. Okama's going for blood. Might have trapped someone here. Has 7 to an ace 5. Oh, the river. The river has killed him off. One of the tighter players has been eliminated. We made it. We actually made the final table. And we might be about to get 8th. Yes! And 8th. Hey, I recognize this player. Oh ho ho! Final table and money bubble. Straight away. Oh man, we have squeaked onto the final table, but now we have a hand we're going to have to go all in with, so we might be off the final table very soon, in fact. I'm afraid, though, we might not be here very long. Yeah, I think we have this player less. Unfortunately, we do have to call. Oh, he's got King 6. Come on. Come on. Oh, you fucker. Oh my god, he hit his fucking king. You lucky bastard. Well, what can I do? I'm ahead 3. He hits his king. Well, that sucked. All that work to get to the final table and we go out on the money bubble. Fucking hell. That is a sucker punch. I'd have preferred if he had a better hand, honestly. Still, though, yeah, 8th place. We squeaked onto the final table. Wasn't given enough time to get that really sucks, though. Fucking... I mean, okay, he has a monster stack, so I can't blame him. He's putting pressure on me. But god damn it, you know. Hit his fucking king. You know. Actually, now I had a pair of 3s. I was ahead by a decent bit. I didn't have ace high, I had a pair of 3s. He had to hit. He wasn't winning on a high card there or something. Yeah. I'm not really blaming the call. You know, he's short. He wants to get rid of the super short stack on the big blind. It's just unlucky the cards came as they were. Anyway, I've also seen this player before. I think they actually are as good as their experience dictates. For once, they have a million real money hands. I'm pretty sure I have come across this player before, and I think they're decent. So. ugh. Yeah, I was getting nothing. I mean, I wasn't on a table of players who were being too loose either. It was just nothing. That was all it was. I squeak onto the final table and I have to go in first hand, and I'm ahead pre. But at the end of the day, I was ahead pre-flop. I was ahead on the flop. It was down to the cards. I could have doubled up. We still would have been in trouble anyway. Even if we doubled up there, we'd have to continue doubling up a few more times. But at least we'd have made a fun race out of it. We were so close to a money bubble. So close to a money bubble. I mean, so close to the cash as well. And I saw that player go out in 8-9. I thought, yes, maybe a chance here. Alright, enough. Enough of this music. No more music. That's a bit of an anticlimactic ending after scrapping all that time just to get onto 8th. Final table. We go out on the first hand of the final table. You know, I don't even get the excitement of being around for a bit. Dang it. If only I can just not be short stacked as hell when I get onto a final table again. Because that's been the same fate in the last two. I mean, to be fair, we got 8th place. It's an improvement over 10th. Last night, we've hit 8th. But it's a similar dilemma to what I had last time on the 25 cents games. It's the fact that we've been coming close, but every time we get to the last couple, we're short-stacked. We need to get into a position where we're not short-stacked, where we don't have to chase the fucking game for ages, you know. We're looking for that run of cards again, where we get to be 10k up with a few players remaining, where we can pick spots and wait. However, it was nice to play against players who were not complete fish. It's just a shame that they took out the players that were, so I wasn't able to double up off a weak stack or something. Yeah, and ultimately, as I've said before, it's not about the short-term results, it's about the long-term. Did I play well given what I had? I think I did. I had to play very tightly, but I was patient. I didn't necessarily just immediately jam with the first playable hand necessarily. I think we picked... The principal point is that in all 4 of our heads up, on a showdown, for an all-in, all 4 times we were head pre-flop, which means the opponent had to catch up. We never made a bad call. We never were out. We never got lucky and sucked out. We were ahead every time, and it's just unlucky that the final one was, well, the one that, you know, got us out. And that's all we can do. But the good news is that it is if we are playing this okay with poker, maybe what will happen at the 25 cent level will also happen at the $1 level. Maybe next time in a game or two we'll break the final table bubble again. We'll break the money bubble. Maybe we'll win a tournament again. You know, this did happen for a while in the 25 cent level a week or so ago. And then suddenly I came 5th and 1st. You know, suddenly we broke it out. So we continue. You know, if we're getting 10th and 8th, we're doing something right at this level. You know, it might be overly tight sometimes, but we are getting into late, deep positions. And all I can do is keep going, and maybe eventually I'll hit a money spot. Maybe a good one. Try and get this up to $100. We'll see. So it's not been a bad night, you know. We got to play against some different type of players, so that was fun. Right, well, that's going to be the end of the stream for tonight. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I will be playing a live poker game for my local league, obviously, which is, you know, going to try and keep the good final table places in that so I can get to another regional. And I think on Thursday night I'm going to do a sweet state. I think. I'm planning on doing the sweet state for December on Thursday, which is the 2nd. And then maybe after that I might do something afterwards. Maybe I'd do like another poker game, or maybe I'd play more of the letter. I'll see how I feel. So the next time that I'm planning on doing like more of the letter, which is what I'm trying to focus on at the moment, I'm trying to get the letter finished so I can get on with other things. So the next time I'm probably going to be playing a game will probably be this weekend, unless I don't go out on Friday like in the poker. If I take a break off from playing the Friday night poker game, maybe I play Friday night instead. But most likely it'll be the weekend when I get back to streaming again on the video game front. But the sweet state's coming up on Thursday, so there is that. I'll be streaming the sweet state on Thursday, so it's done. Anyway, thank you all for those, any of those who have stuck around for both parts of the stream tonight, and I will see you on Thursday for the sweet state, or this weekend for games and shit. Bye!